I'm gonna quickly watch this to get some context from the gamer's perspective. The one we talked about yesterday. Good morning, guys.
Europeans can save live service games after end of life. Is this true? It seems like something they're trying to get to the lawmakers over there. We'll take a look and see what they're saying. Video games have grown into an industry. Right. Increasing number of publishers are selling video games that are required to connect through the internet to the game publisher or a home phone to function. While this is not a problem in itself, when support ends for these games, very often the publishers simply sever the connection to the necessary game and destroy all the working copies of the game. So basically what he's saying is that there are live service games that come out and then the developer just decides to pull the plug on them, and now everybody that bought the game effectively wasted their money. So basically, and also that you're not able to make a private server in replacement of that, right? So you're fucked. So that's basically what happened, right? It's just not just live service. Yeah, but it's primarily live service. I know there's a few exceptions. The practice is effectively robbing customers of their purchases and makes restaurants...
Listen to the words he's using. I'm gonna speed up the video too. He says they bought a live service game. If you remember from yesterday, Pirate Software was talking about live service license. Gamers don't know that they are buying a license, but we'll get into this. I have an idea. Hopefully it pays out. Let's see.
Impossible. Besides being an affront to consumer rights, video games themselves are unique creative works. Like film, music, one cannot simply be substituted for another. By destroying them, it represents a creative loss for everyone involved and erases history in ways not possible to other mediums. So basically, they're trying to add a law. No one may be deprived of his or her possessions except in the public interest or in the cases under the conditions provided under the law, subject to fair compensation being paid in their time for their loss. So basically, I completely agree with this. I want to say I completely 100%, 200% absolutely agree with this. So let's talk about why I agree with this. The main reason why is because...
So like, I knew this was going to happen.
If you buy something, you should be able to use it. And I think the developer, so I have no problem if a developer has a live service game. I think that you should have to play on their version of the game. Like, that's fair. But if they shut down the servers, I don't think that they should have the legal authority to shut down private servers that exist in place of the official servers. So for example, like let's say World of Warcraft gets shut down. I'm not a fan of private servers, and I don't think you should make private servers right now because there is a legal way that you can go through to consume the product. But if there is no way that you can go through to consume the product in the way that you initially bought it, then you should be able to remedy that yourself. So if you have a game and they shut down the servers, you should be able to make your own server in place of that, and they should not be able to shut that down because they are not providing the service anymore. It's that fucking simple. Yeah. So that's what I think. When they abandon it, it should become private. Exactly. So that's what I think you should be able to do. Time for the USA to implement this too? Yeah, exactly. I agree. I'm definitely. How does that work with continuously updated game? Well, simple. It's the same as it works with Classic WoW right now. People play Classic WoW, and everybody likes Classic WoW, and it's the same patch that it's been for 10 years. Basically, I know they did a couple of updates for like consistency, etc. But for the most part, it's been pretty much the exact same. So yeah, you just do the exact same thing. So the government's gonna force the developers to pay for the service if the game is essentially dead. You're a retard. We got a retard in chat. We got a fucking idiot that don't know how to listen. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut up, you fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here. Trying to have a conversation. So this dude actually.
What Asmongold is saying is, you should be able to make a private server of the game if the live service of the game has ended, because you guys remember from yesterday, the one guy that was still playing the crew game, you know? The one guy that was still cruising around in that game. He, unfortunately, could no longer play the game once they shut down, you know? And so maybe he should be able to make a private server so he can still play the game.
When he talked about this situation. We'll take a look at it. We'll see what he's going to say. I like this guy. He made another video about this before.
Hi, I'm Ross.
Hi, Ross.
For the past several months, I've been working on a campaign to stop the destruction of video games.
Yeah, we watched
most
the
video
original
games
video.
work indefinitely. And yeah, that's pretty much it. But more and more are being designed to stop working the second support ends from the publisher. A kill switch, essentially.
Yeah.
It's a form of planned obsolescence, where publishers are destroying games they've already sold to you.
Planned obsolescence, by the way, some people might not know this, is that this is a actual term. It's not like some bullshit. It's when, like, how many of y'all ever bought a phone in, like, 2 years and 1 month on the dot, the phone just starts going, like, y'all ever had that happen?
Yeah.
That's planned obsolesence. And I think that in Europe it was ruled to be illegal. I'm not an expert in this, but my understanding is that it is. So they can't basically design things so that they are made to break.
Yeah.
So this, I'm just saying, like, that's not like a, he's not using a phrase. This is a codified term.
Keeping your money. And this is all preventable. Some people don't understand that. I've compared this before to studios from a century ago burning their own films after they were done showing them to recover the silver content. And now most films of that era are gone forever. That's very similar to what's happening to video games today. It's just a terrible practice for everyone involved. Now most of my efforts have gone towards challenging the legality of this practice in various countries. Because
why should a company be responsible for keeping the servers turned on for a game to operate? I want you to say sorry. Say sorry for wasting our fucking time with your dumbass message. You didn't even listen to what was been said.
He gets so many dumb viewers in his chat. Like, they don't understand what he's talking about. He's talking about you making your own server, not the company doing anything anymore. You're making your own server.
Say sorry. You wasting everybody's fucking time with bullshit.
I want to see the rest.
Let's go. We gotta get this over with. We can't be wasting our time with this bullshit this early. Bro, it's barely noon. You already being stupid. What are you doing being stupid this early? Sorry? Yeah, me too, man. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
So consumer hostile, it's not clear if what's going on is even legal. That's still ongoing.
Yeah.
But now we have a new option, proposing new law, and for the entire European Union. It took months to get put together a process. But now we have a European Citizens Initiative devoted to halting the destruction of video games. You can read it yourself.
I just can't, like, I'm thinking about, I look behind him and I'm like, that's like the Windows XP, like, default background. Like, I don't know why, I can't unsee it.
This would require publishers to leave games they have sold to customers in a working state at the time of shutdown, without requiring any further connection to them or affiliated parties for the games to function. How they would do this would be up to them. This would also apply to free-to-play games that contain microtransactions. Because if you purchased a microtransaction as a good, then the game is made unplayable, well then you just lost your goods.
You did, and it's like basically your waifu evaporates. Like, that's it, it's gone. Like, the game goes into service, all of your SSR 5-star characters are deleted, they're done. Yeah.
Would not require publishers to give up any...
That actually happened to me. I'm not as big as he is into these games, but I played a live service game that was purely online called Millennium War Aegis, and it was a gacha game too. And I had a bunch of characters in there. It was a tower defense game. I reference this a lot when making my own game because that's actually a huge inspiration for my game. Used to be. And they shut down the service in the EU and in the West. It still operates under DMM, if you guys know that website. That's like the, I think, Japanese or, Eastern web version of it. That's where it came from originally, but I can't play the game anymore. I have spent a lot of time and effort into the game, and I can't get access to it anymore. It's shut down.
Of their intellectual property rights.
However, I did not buy the game. However, I did buy stuff in the game. So I spent money in the game. That's completely gone now.
No, that one would still be nice. It wouldn't require endless support. They can end it anytime they want, as far as we're concerned. They wouldn't need to host servers.
You hear that?
But they would have to either patch out that requirement or else allow customers to host them privately.
Exactly.
But assume any liability for what customers do with their copies of games.
Yeah, it's not
and
their,
finally,
not their problem.
nothing about this initiative would have any impact on publisher business practices while the game is being supported.
Exactly.
In other words, publishers can continue doing whatever they want as long as you get to keep your game.
Yep.
It amazes me when some people say that's going too far in favor of the consumer. But to be fair, that's probably not most Europeans. The idea here is we're just trying to stop games from being destroyed. That's it. So we're taking as narrow an approach as possible that still solves the problem. If we get enough signatures, then this goes before the European Union to be considered.
Okay, so
What I hear has to say something. You don't have to keep watching. You can go sign it right now. But wait,
I don't really see why anybody would be against this. This seems like just a good decision.
Okay, I know that he watched Pirate Software's video and he made a video about him watching Pirate Software's video. But like, guys, the reason why I'm watching this is because he is basically the gamer. He's the person that buys the games. And And Pirate Software makes the distinction between buying a license to the game and buying the game. So, and as a gamer, my point is, so the point that I want to bring across here is that as a gamer, you don't know that you're buying a license, you think that you're buying a game. And I think we can make a little experiment here. Let's say Diablo 3. I think we need to put this in a private window because I'm logged in, but let's see. Let me see. Diablo 3. Buy. I want to buy Diablo 3 off Battle.net. Am I logged in? I'm not logged in. Okay, so now there's got to be a comparison between the different versions. Diablo 3 for Battle.net, Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls expansion, Diablo 3 Rise of the Necromancer expansion. And what does it say? 20 years have passed since the triumph, blah, blah, blah. Now you must return, blah, 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 Battle.net, okay. So, what I'm trying to look for here, and that's really important, I'm trying to look for the phrase license. I'm trying to figure out where they tell me that I am right now buying a license to the game and not the game. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. How are you doing today, Cakez? I'm good. Thanks for asking, brother. Hello, Peter. I cannot see anything that makes it obvious. Product details. Let's see. Product details, genre, platforms, available languages, product requirements. Play in any game region. I do not see. So I would have to read this end user license agreement to understand. And maybe this is in there. I don't know how long is this. I'm not going to read this right now. Maybe I'll read this off stream. Let's see, wait, let's see, Control F. Let's try to find license. So, if you reside within Europe, Middle East or Africa, you are accessing the platform except for otherwise provided below you, if you reside in blah, 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 use of the platform is licensed to you by Activision Blizzard UK limited. So essentially this is where it is, I think. Is this it? I'm not very good with legalities here. But it looks like use of the platform. So they're not talking about the game here, they're talking about the platform, which I would assume is Battle.net. I don't know what is the heading to this. Platform. I don't know what they mean with platform here. Platform is certainly not the game. I don't know. I wouldn't assume that this is a game though. Having its registered office at the blah 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 United Kingdom. The platform. Aha, the Battle.net account to use the platform. You may be required. Yeah, okay, there it is. They specify this. Read above first paragraph. So wait, let's search more for license. License. To play games, you may need to add a game license to an account. There you go. Maybe that's it. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I know that Pirate Software worked here. And he's been working on live service games. And so he knows this stuff. But as a gamer, you don't go in here and Google license. You go here. And you see Action RPG. And you assume game. So why do I bring this up? Well, because he's talking purely from the perspective of a gamer. He never once mentioned the word license. We don't know that we buy a license. And I think this is where the problem starts. Product, not license. This is, I think, where the problem starts. So if they were to word this properly, all Steam games are a license, even single player games. They can ban your account anytime. Yeah, and that's what that was the point what Pirate Software made too. They sell you a license so they can ban you when you do something that's stupid. Exactly. But they can also take away the game from you when they run out of business. Which makes sense from their perspective, but it's very unfriendly for the consumer. Of course, because they can't play their beloved game anymore. They didn't do anything wrong, they kept playing, but the popularity of the game just dropped. You know? Would suck if I couldn't go back to Gothic 1 anymore. Because, you know, the license ran out. No one's playing it anymore. Pretty sure people are playing it, but yeah. So, I knew that he was going to agree with this, but I wonder what he says to the other part where he's like making comments about the politicians, which are like, they're really weak.
Because like, here's the thing, right? It's like if you pay for things inside of a game, like you still spent your fucking money. And I think that if you spend your money on something, you should have some degree of protection for what happens to that thing. Like this whole thing, and this is what these companies do, is they try to take everything like, you know, that you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, live in a pod, eat the bugs, right? There's a big component of this with owning nothing that's happening a lot, where people buy things, but they don't have any ownership of the thing that they're buying. So for example, like you buy a movie, well, you don't buy a movie, you buy it on Amazon and you don't even really own the DVD. You don't have any autonomy of what you're gonna do with that movie. You can't watch it wherever you wanna watch it. You can't put it in a DVD player somewhere else. You can't do anything, right? True. So I think that there's like a massive...
No, you buy the movie on, let's say, Amazon, and then you pirate the movie as well, so you have it.
Like the level of control that companies can exert over a user after the user has given them money, I think is too big right now. There's too many things that a company can do to control what a user does with something that they've spent their money on. And to me, when somebody says, oh, but you didn't buy it, you bought a license for it, that doesn't really matter because licenses aren't real, right? Like.
So he goes into license. He goes into licenses. Like I think I'm one of the most stupid gamers that you can come across. I don't know the diff. I never knew that there was a term license when it came to this. I always assumed I buy game, I own game. My game, I buy game. That's as simple as it goes. And I'm pretty sure 99% of other people are the same. Yeah.
You can't go out in nature and, oh, that's a wild license, right?
You can't definitely support an online game though. Yeah, the point about this is that you bring up a private server yourself. But there's another issue with this. I thought about this for a long time too. If let's say you give others the opportunity to host the server of your game, so they can make their own private server, for example, you give out, and this is like, I thought about this. When you have a live service game, the way this works is the game runs on the server. and then the client just reads the data. So the server has the game running on it, okay? And all of the protections against cheating. Now, if you make that, you don't have to make the source code public, but you bring out the binaries to do that, to use that, then potentially you could open yourself up for to get around your anti-cheat mechanisms. And that's the big worry here. Now, I don't know if that is justified. I have never made a live service game. I don't know if that opens you up for attacks in the future, because now you as a company, you have made your, let's say, binaries public, or people, you gave them the possibility to make their own servers. You know, you gave them whatever, binaries, executables, whatever. And now you use the same anti-cheat in your next game. Now that these binaries have been made public, people have been using them. Maybe people have managed to reverse engineer some stuff, and now you get cheaters in your new game. That could be potentially an issue. So you only give it out after the game is ending. Yeah, even then, if you give it out after the game is ending, you still have, like, how many of you reuse code when you program something? You build yourself a construct that you really like. The simplest thing is, let's say you work in C or something and you build yourself an array of something. Or in C++, you don't like std array, you make yourself an own array, or your own dynamic array. You reuse that. And there's oftentimes the bigger constructs like renderers and stuff that you reuse. Cakez is the master reuser though. Yeah, okay, bro. It's like giving a recipe for your tasty cake. The dev shouldn't be forced to do that, especially because it costs. It's not the recipe, it's the final product, but the final product can be inspected. Anyone in Europe old enough to remember when you just buy a license was strictly limited to business and not legal for private consumers? I don't know. Could be. I don't know that far back, but yeah. It could make more sense to deal with another company and sell your rights for that game to that company, which is willing to keep that game up. But we're talking about, yeah, but what if there is no company? We're talking about the player being able to still play the game in some form. Whether that is hosting the game on his own computer and then connecting to his own computer, or someone bigger that gets a server running and then advertises it on the internet, on Reddit, whatever, YouTube. You're very nice, okay? Otherwise, I would you time you out right now, okay? Okay, Rich?
Thing. This is like a invention of people, right? People invented this idea of a license. So what I'm saying is that this idea of a license needs to fucking change.
Or you do, you have one chance to do this right. It's not hard, but if you make a mistake, your signature is invalidated and you don't get another chance. We made guides at stopkillinggames.com on how to do this, just in case.
Yep.
But is this as simple as people sign this and it becomes law in the EU? Yeah, it might be. Now, it's not a guarantee, but I think if we get the signatures, this passes. Why do I say that? Well, it's a few factors. Politicians like easy wins.
Well, yeah, there's that. And also, like, if you understand the topic, there is no way that it's defendable, that you can spend money on something and then they can just shut it down randomly and prevent you from figuring.
It's crazy the differences between the reactions to the two things, you know, to the two. Like, Pirate Software really pointed this out to be terrible because, you know, and he's right, and he's like, yeah, he's right, he's good, that's okay.
Out a way to access it on your own.
Pirate Software pointed out that the person making the video is a complete idiot for doing so, because, yeah.
It's like obviously fucking unfair. It's completely unfair. Any reasonable person could look at it and be like, well, that's really fucking stupid.
And this doesn't require them to do much at all. And unless it involves gambling or protecting children, politicians generally don't care about video games. So this isn't a big consequence to them or most of their constituencies.
No, he's right about this. They don't understand video games, but they care about the market.
EU law is already unclear on a lot of this practice anyway. But we would be making it easy for them to settle it. It falls in line with other consumer practices.
That's the biggest thing to me, right? Is because this, if you logically interpret the law from like what my understanding of it is, which is probably kind of inaccurate, but I think it's kind of accurate too, is that this is very clearly a consumer unfriendly practice that is in nobody's best interest other than the company's. There is not a single consumer whose experience with the product is improved because other people cannot make servers whenever that game is no longer being supported officially. Nobody's experience is improved by not allowing this to happen. So it is a pure negative.
When you buy something, you're generally allowed to keep it. And finally, this is a diversion from really serious topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
Let's see here. I don't need to watch the rest.
You should care about this because this is what will happen to other products as well, like refrigerators. It will happen to cars. It will happen as everything becomes electronic and more companies try to transform their products into services so that they can charge you for them more regularly.
Guys, you think you think you buy yourself a car in the future. That was funny. And it is like completely operated, like it connects to the internet, to the server of where, you know, the car dealer is. And then, it gets updates from there and how to operate and stuff. And then they turn down because they don't have any money anymore. No one buys the cars. You're driving your car and all of a sudden, and you're like standing in the middle of the road. It's like, hey, bro, what's going on here? Hey, I need to move. Goodness. BMW has pay per month software like that. I will just jailbreak my refrigerator.
This will become more and more common until it completely fucking controls everything, basically, right?
It's so funny. Kebab Sky, thank you very much for raiding. Good morning, guys. Hello there. Hello there. How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid, bro. We're just discussing the Stop Killing Games drama react from very different perspectives. We have watched the original video, the reason why people in the EU want to protect games. And then we watched Pirate Software's video and his take, which is more from the side of the developer with more knowledge, what goes on behind the scenes. And now we're watching the perspective of a gamer, like Asmongold. I will make my own refrigerator watching YouTube video cakes. Hello there. So here's what I think my problem is. I think we don't need to watch this anymore. It's been we get the point that he wants to talk about. And so here's what I think the problem is. This doesn't say license anywhere. This screams game to anyone. I'm buying the external Eternal Collection. I'm buying Diablo 3. I'm buying the Battle Chest. It says Diablo 3. It doesn't say license to play Diablo 3. I click on this and I can buy now. Now let me see what happens when I click buy now. I'm so scared that something gets leaked. I just clicked buy now. Okay, so it tells me, oh, Cakez TD. Okay, so they logged me in already. Shit. So, god damn it, I wanted to get, I didn't want this. Let's see, let's make this in a private window. And then let's copy over. Sorry. Let's copy over the stuff here. Product. Yeah. Okay, I wonder if they log me in even in a private window. That would be crazy. Okay, I'm clicking buy now. It loads. Aha. So, oh wow, I almost leaked something from my brother. This fucking website. See, I knew this was gonna happen. I had to be careful. So now they're telling me to log in. Now, I'm logged in here. Let's click buy now. I'm logged in here. I'm gonna verify my date of birth really quickly. Oh, that's delicious, man. Oh my god, I love this. I bought a new type of coffee. New type of instant coffee. Is really delicious, guys. Yeah, so I can't show you because it shows my PayPal information, which I guess is fine, but by clicking buy now, you represent that you are an authorized user of this payment method and you agree to the end user license agreement and to the Blizzard's terms of sale. And then to the right, it shows me Diablo 3 Eternal Collection Rise of the Necromancer. This is what it shows me. I can't show you everything, unfortunately, but this is what I get. So I think this is my problem. It doesn't say license anywhere. I'm the stupid product user. I see game, I buy game, I play game. That's as far as my brain goes when I go back, let's say 10 years. And I think that's why people are angry. When this game all of a sudden is gone. The service is shut down. I can't access the game anymore. I bought the game. I spent a lot of time in the game. I bought microtransactions in the game. And now all of a sudden it's called a license. and now all of a sudden I can't access the license anymore. I have lost my license. I think that's the issue. That we are not informed as to what we are actually buying. First and foremost, and I know why that's not the case, because then most people just wouldn't buy these services. That's how every single sale works, though. They hide details behind some 30-page long paper, yeah. You just didn't read all the contractual details. Yeah, that's the thing. You don't need to do that. You shouldn't need to do that. Can you buy this as a CD? If you buy this as a CD, it still won't function. Because if you try to connect to their servers, you will get a disconnect because you couldn't reach the servers anymore. The moment you start Diablo 3, for example, you start connecting to their servers. I don't know if there's a true offline play for Diablo 3, but I don't think there is. It's been a while since I played the game, so... Where stream? Where stream? Cakes, I found good contents for you. The Invisible Walls of Dark Souls. Ooh, oh wow, that's too long. It's too long, bro. Brother, this is too long. It's crazy. Illusionary Wall. Skip some. Nah, it's too long. I don't know what to skip. Now I skipped the best part. Yo, Cakes, how's it going? Hey, Ghoul, you on YouTube. Good morning. It's going good. We are discussing the drama about Stop Killing Games. So I think for me it's very difficult to make a decision. I could actually impact this. I could sign this stuff. You know, I'm in the EU. We watch this. We watch this. And I think, where's this? Let's take a look here. We're currently sitting at 196,000. So from yesterday to today, about 24 hours, it has risen by 15,000 signatures. And it's starting to slow down right now. Where are you from? I'm from Germany. So my issue is that I think Pirate Software brings up a really good point. This is not specific enough. It is not specific enough because he doesn't understand, the person here, he doesn't understand how these games function internally. I think that's the issue. He doesn't understand how it is set up using code and using software and using hardware. I think that is... And therefore, he cannot make it specific. It's not a law yet. It's just an idea. It is an idea. No need to be specific yet. But we need to be specific because this, if this goes through and it is interpreted the wrong way, then we will no longer have any live service games to begin with. No one will make a live service game anymore. Vague laws are extremely dangerous and might end up limiting what kind of game comes up in the future. Exactly. Because it is too high of a risk. And what we haven't talked about yet at all is if you need to make sure that someone can host your server instead of you need to spend time and resources so that someone does that, enables that feature in case you go bankrupt. In case you have to shut down your servers. So now you have to spend money on the game and you have to spend money on making this God damn it! Oh man, I made such a good point. You should watch Louis Rossmann. He is someone who knows things to do. Things go to law. What is wrong, man? I literally slept 8 hours for the first time in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. 8 hours, man. I'm so refreshed. I took a long shower. I shaved. My face, my balls. Everything's clean, man. I can't fucking talk today. Come on. No soap? I don't need soap, bro. All for nothing. We don't believe it. Show us. Oh, god damn it. Why can I not talk? Okay, let's try this again. You should watch Louis Rossmann. He is someone who knows how things go to laws. Alright, do you have a link? What's up? Give me a link. Let's watch him too. Let's watch 3 perspectives. We make the ultimate Europeans Can Save gaming guide. Okay? We use all of the perspectives and put them all into one video. 26 minutes, really? God damn it. Guys, you're killing me here. You're killing me. Right, fine. We watch it twice the speed though. Maybe less reacts and more books, so you stop talking like a hillbilly. Will stop killing games kill games? No, he says. Okay, so he's the legal guy to this. So like... These are the 3-4 perspectives we have. We have this guy, and we have Pirate Software, and then I guess we have Asmongold too. But let's see here. Ex-Apple CEO Cakez. He is an ex-Apple CEO. Okay, let's see. Twice the speed enabled. Guys, are you ready? Are you ready for turbo mode? 3, 2, 1.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. I'm feeling really out of it over the past few weeks. I've just bitten off more than I can chew. So I'm going to be reading from notes as I do this video. I just didn't have it in me to like have all my points in my head like I usually do to have that kind of stream of consciousness video. So today what I wanted to do is I wanted to follow up on the video I did on Ross Scott and the campaign to stop killing games. For those of you who are not familiar with it, I did a video about 6 months ago on Ubisoft. There was an executive at Ubisoft that said people should become comfortable not owning games. You probably imagine what I think about this given my stance on right-to-work ownership. Anyway, moving on, the reason that this pissed a lot of people off is because Ubisoft is a perfect example of why this is a problem. There's a game called The Crew. This game is playable online when you connect to a server, but it also has a campaign mode and has single player modes that are considerably usable or viable. There are people out there that like this.
Wait, The Crew has a single player game mode? Pirate Software didn't talk about that. Does The Crew have a single player mode? Is it even available anymore? Single player campaign. The Crew 2. The Crew Motorfest single player campaign, is that it? Images? The Crew Motorfest video game review. It's an online only game. It has a single player campaign. Yeah, but then unfortunately his point from yesterday doesn't make much sense. Okay, well, we still have to factor in the license you have to pay the car dealers. So for those of you who don't know, if you put a Mercedes in your game, you have to pay Mercedes some change because you're displaying Mercedes in your game. Okay. Okay. Huh, interesting. You still connect to their servers. Yeah, that's the issue. It's the same with Diablo 3. It's the same with Diablo 3. There's a single player campaign that's huge. You could play this offline, but you can't.
Single player mode. And after Ubisoft decided to shut down the server, this single player mode was no longer able to work. And this aggravated a lot of people that paid for the game. This game was not advertised as a service. There are games that are advertised as a service, but this was advertised as a game that you purchased, that you bought and paid for. And again, the meaning of the word purchase in America used to mean something with regards to ownership. If I bought a game and I have a copy of the game, you know, I kind of figure like I can keep playing that game in single player mode without having to connect to your server. So
this brings us back to my point. I was taking a look at Diablo 3 just now. It is not advertised as a service. It is advertised as a fucking game that I buy. I didn't see anything that says service or license. Nothing. Buy Diablo 3, rip off Souls. Buy Diablo 3, the base game. No. It's just there.
pissed a lot of people off, including Mr. Ross Scott, who decided to try and push an initiative called Stop Killing Games. And you can read about that over here. You can read all the specifics of it. This is an EU initiative here. This is not a bill. This is not even a draft bill or a law. This is the EU's version of we've written down something on a napkin for consideration. Let's see if we can turn it into something later. Now, there's a person who really dug into this with a lot of criticism, and he's quite popular on YouTube. Mr. Pirate Software over here, name's Thor. And from 10 hours and 24 minutes to 10 hours and 41 minutes in this particular video, he goes over everything that he believes is functionally wrong and useless with this campaign from the perspective of a video game developer. And a lot of people have been just shitting on him in the comments relentlessly, and I've had a lot of people email me shitting on him as well. And I don't think that's really appropriate. I want to explain why. There was a class that I took recently where you had
yeah, people are just stupid. They don't think with their brain, but they think with their feelings. Which guys, start thinking with your brain. Come on.
To go over some literature and some kind of concepts like that. And I chose this one poem by Emmanuel Xavier. The work that I discussed really didn't consider any of the reasons that these problems occur. They didn't consider any of the shades of gray, any of the reasons that people may come to these decisions. It's just like you either agree with this or you're unreasonable. I don't really like that. It's one thing to be bombastic when you're discussing something that aggravates you, like I'm in these videos, but when you are talking about legislation, you really do need to dig into the details, and you have to understand why things are the way they are before you try to go about changing the world. And when I'm discussing legislation about whether it's John Deere, wheelchair stuff, or right to repair in my field, I really do try to engage with the other party and try to figure out what their concerns are. What bothers me when it comes to stuff like Apple is they won't tell me what their real concerns are. They have this copy-pasted nonsense from lobbyists that is just, in my opinion, made up bullshit. But here you're actually hearing the criticisms from the perspective of a video game developer that's, whether you like it or not, is actually trying to engage in good faith. So just randomly shitting on this guy, I really think that's a crappy thing to do, and I don't think it's appropriate. So what I wanted to do is I want to try and go through his criticisms, give some of my opinion on it, try to figure out how this could manifest in the real world, and then just go over some of my thoughts on it. So if I'm understanding it right, and feel free to correct me if I'm not, Mr. Thor, you believe that the initiative is too vague and it needs to be specific to single-player games that don't require server support. He's arguing that this would burden video game developers, so you would have to design games with this initiative in mind, that they are going to have to be playable even when the manufacturer, I'm so used to dealing with right repair, when the publisher and developers turn off the server. The third is that there's some code that cannot be provided to customers because you can have licensing agreements on particular code where it's only available to the game developer, but they're not licensing the ability to give it to you. It feels that politicians don't understand video gaming. And
yeah, he's right here. If you use physics, for example, let's say you open source your game, you can't because you're using physics. You bought a license to physics.
Mess it up, and yeah, I understand that one. Whether it's politicians or industry lobbyists, they're kind of clueless, and I'll give you some examples later. And he states that retroactively applying.
Let's see.
So used to dealing with right repair, when the publisher and developers turn off the server. The third is that there's some code that cannot be provided to customers because you can have licensing agreements on particular code where it's only available to the game developer, but they're not licensing the ability to give it to you. It feels like politicians don't understand video gaming, and they're going to mess it up. And yeah, I understand that one. Whether it's politicians or industry lobbyists, they're kind of clueless, and I'll give you some examples later. And he states that retroactively applying this to all games would be a disaster. The law should not be retroactive. This is reasonable. Just completely shit on this guy, in my opinion, is not the way to get things done. You're also not going to get buy-in for people in the industry. And even if people in the industry don't particularly agree with you, you would rather at least kind of try and meet them in some way where instead they'll say, listen, I don't like this, versus I will dedicate my life to ensuring that this doesn't pass. Initiatives, they're not draft bills. So in the United States, like we'll have an idea, you'll have a draft bill. With right to repair, there are bills from 2015 that were not passed until 2022 or 2023. There's literally 6 to 8 years of amendments that will go on before anything is passed, and that often requires input from all the parties that will be affected by it. This over here is not even a draft bill. This is an initiative. So this is like going to McDonald's and I don't have a pen. I'm going to use ketchup on a napkin to draft out an idea. So I can understand why somebody would be concerned, but it's essentially written on a napkin. A lot of this stuff is stuff that will be changed with time. Even if the stakeholders of this don't want it changed, it's going to get changed with time. This is written on a napkin. There's no real, genuine legalese here. He does quote from different articles, and we're going to go over some of those articles later. But again, this is not a law. Secondly, this initiative is not going to require games to be updated retroactively. When a right to repair bill passes, they don't have to go back through all their hardware from 1990 through 2023 and make parts and schematics and diagrams available, because that would be fairly unreasonable. What it usually means is not only does it not apply retroactively, it also applies in the future. So a bill that's passed in 2022 may say in it, this does not apply to anything created before May of 2024. So not only are they not going to require that this particular piece of legislation apply retroactively to everything, it also usually doesn't even apply until a date far into the future. The EU may do things a little bit differently, but from what I've seen, they have a date into the future, even in the EU, as to when it is they are going to apply. So I can completely understand a video game developer saying, do I really have to go back and patch code from 2004 for this? The amount of resources that may take a smaller studio or smaller developer, that really is the type of thing that will be burdensome on them. It will be burdensome on a large company, but they pay for it. Whereas a small company, I can imagine.
It will basically make it impossible to have live service games. Yeah.
Bankrupt over it. That's not.
Yeah, they're already bankrupt, and then they have to do this as well.
No applying that case. Now, when it comes to live service gaming, there is this thing with advertising. If you're advertising a game as $5 a month, you are paying for this game as a service. You're paying $5 a month for the game. It runs on our server. We can shut this down at a given point in time, and once we shut it down, we will no longer charge you money. That's an honest transaction right there. And even if I don't like that model very much, I can respect the truth in advertising that exists here. The problem that I have is with a different type of live service game, where it is not sold as a live service game. It is sold.
You buy Diablo 3.
Sold as a game that you purchase. Something like The Crew, from what I see, and to be clear, I'm kind of ignorant here because I'm not really into the whole live service game thing. It doesn't look like this was sold as a live service game. It was sold in a manner where I, as a consumer who's not really hyper into the modern gaming community, would imagine that what I was purchasing was a game that I can continue to play single player without ever having to think about Ubisoft shutting down something into the future. If I bought that game, I would expect that I could continue playing it. So for me, it's not even necessarily about single player versus multiplayer. It's about how it was sold. If you sold the game as a purchase, that's different than you selling a rent leased service where it's $5 a month. I know at the end of the month I have to pay. If I don't pay at the end of the month, I don't get the game. And if you shut down the server, which you're allowed to do at any given time, I will not be building anymore. There's a difference in the honesty there. And I think a lot of the problem that consumers have is not necessarily the concept of live service games versus
Diablo does a monthly fee, though. That's the point. That is the point. If Blizzard ever shuts down, you will not be able to play Diablo 3. But you bought it once. You spent money once. You spent money on skins. You spent money on microtransactions. And it's all gone. That's the point. That's the issue. And it's not advertised as a live service. It's not advertised as something that, yeah. It says it requires an account to play. True. See link cakes. Scroll down to the bottom of general information. Internet required. By the crew. The crew. I'm so scared that it leaks something. Ich lehne cookies ab, yeah? No, don't update my location. That's exactly what I don't want you to do. The crew. The Crow Motorfest Standard Edition. It is actually per month even. Oh, or you could buy this. Okay, so you could buy this per month. Or you could buy this completely. And then down here it says... Buy and download the Motorfest. Ubisoft bringing... No. If I have to scroll down even further, then that's some bullshit here. Base game. It says game, bro. It says literally game. It doesn't say license. It doesn't say service. Where I were talking about, like, how far do I have to scroll down to figure out that I need an internet connection? Am I blind? Scroll down even further? Sorry, but how many of you guys scroll down to the very bottom? How many of you scroll? Be honest here. How many of you scroll down to here? And I don't even see it. It doesn't stick out at all. You're weak, Cakes. I have. I never read. Bottom right. Internet connection permanent. Internet connection required to play. I always read from the bottom to top. It's not even a matter of being upfront about it. Even if they say it's just not okay. Yeah, I think you're right too. Yeah, it says internet, nothing about service. True. There's not a single time where they say service or license. They just say game. My point is the wording. My point is the advertisement of how you bring out this thing. Whether you say game, service, or... Yeah. It's important for customers to know that these things and companies should not be misleading in their advertising in respect to this. But the whole let's add more red tape position some people are making will just result in less live service software getting made and or being a lot more expensive. Cakes is the kind of guy who buys sports drink to stay in shape. No, I don't buy sports drinks because they have sugar in them. You're wrong. You're an idiot.
Games that are fully local. I think the problem that a lot of consumers have...
I drink coffee diluted with water. You dumbo. Okay, I don't eat till 9 PM today. Noob.
...is the complete lack...
Bitch.
...of honesty in the way that this is sold, which is something that does need to be addressed. When it comes to licensing agreement, there's certain software that Thor mentioned that he may not even have a license to allow you to have. The license that he gets from whoever he's getting the code from, or the rights, I told you guys I was at it. The rights to the trademarks for, this may be a license that he has as a dev, or he has, but he can't give that to you. So again, I'm just going to pull an example out of my ass here. Let's say you have a racing game, I don't know, like something like The Crew. I'm not saying that this game is done this way, I'm just trying to give you a hypothetical now. Let's say you have a game like this, and let's say that the physics for the car driving was not developed by Ubisoft. They got that code from somewhere else. That code may be code that they have.
Physics, yeah. Physics is a library for physics. Exactly, and that one costs license money. You license to use the... Yeah, I'm actually considering to use physics in my next game, in a 3D game, when we make, you know, the Gothic 1 clone that is Souls-like. I'm thinking about using physics.
A license to use for a certain period of time, but that may be code that they're not allowed to give you a license for permanently. So let's say they have a license for have that code for about 5 years. And let's also apply to something like a logo in a car. Let's say they have a Ferrari in there, and they have a specific car, but they have to license the ability to have that within their game, to use their trademarks. That license may be...
I haven't pre-watched it, bro.
For 5 years. Now, if that license ends, if they stop paying after 5 years, that means that you can't have access to it either, because they only paid for a temporary license. But you have that game which you purchased, which means they need a way to disable access to you. Now, the problem that I would have in that case is that they should advertise that this game is not going to work in 5 years because of a license that we have on the code, or a license that we have on the logos,
They're not advertising it. That's the point. No one does. Because it's too risky. Because it would diminish sales. You would sell less.
The material in that game, that's never really put out there. Now, one of the arguments we made here is that the manufacturer of the game, the developer of the game, may want to renew that license after 5 years if the game is still doing well. So if the game is not doing well, they shut off the server. But if the game is selling like hotcakes, they may decide that they want to renew that license. So they don't really want to pigeonhole themselves into a box by putting in the advertising materials, this game will not work on this date in 2028. Because if the game is still selling, they may want to continue having it work. And I understand that idea that the manufacturer wants to have that freedom into the future. However, so do the people who bought the fucking game. If I bought this game, I don't really care about your licensing agreements for the code. I don't care about your licensing agreements for any of this stuff, because back in the day we didn't have to care. When you bought a game like Gran Turismo 2 on your PlayStation 1, you didn't have to worry about any of this. And there was no worry about licensing. All the cars in that game, a lot of them were real cars. Whatever licensing they worked out with any of the manufacturers of those cars, whatever license it was a license.
True. What happened to Gran Turismo on the PlayStation 1? Do they still have to pay the license to this? I don't think so. There's got to be some sort of agreement where you pay once. There's no way they keep paying for these, because they're not selling as many Gran Turismo copies as they've sold back then. He's right here. I didn't even think about that. So there's got to be... I've never done a racing game. No, they have a better deal while back then. Now GameDev's got bad deal. No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure if you make a single player game that doesn't connect to the internet, that is not a live service game, I'm pretty sure you could haggle out a deal that doesn't require you to pay for them monthly. There's got to be a deal like that. 100%. These days there are less and less agreements to pay once. Companies want to have always money income. Coming 2023. It's really interesting how you called the dude who got scammed stupid for failing an obvious for an obvious scam, but you don't think it is stupid to think that games online with online accounts accounts requires are not services. Are not services. Are not services.
Where I could continue to play Gran Turismo 2 today in my PlayStation 1. Either A, the code they used for the physics, I don't know what they did. Either A, they bought a right to use the code and to have you to have a lifetime ability to use that code in that particular game, or B, they wrote the code for that themselves. Whatever it is, somehow, some way, back in the day, this was not an issue. And if the issue right now is that the licensing agreements for code or the licensing agreements for trademark, copyright, anything going into the game are such that you literally have to disable the game, even if it is capable of being run locally in single player mode, a law like this would throw a wrench into the works. Yeah, I would argue that that's a wrench that needs to be thrown at some point in time. Because if the people licensing this code, or if the people licensing these trademarks are doing it in such a way that they're literally handcuffing the developers to the point where they couldn't even give you a server binary if you wanted it, that's a serious problem. Because this is something that I've really thought about for a while. You know, why not just give the users the server binary? Well, they may literally not legally be allowed. The developers may be handcuffed.
Yeah, that, and like you could figure out how they do anti-cheat and then get around that. And then in the next game they know what you're doing, and now all of a sudden you have to develop a new anti-cheat. That could also be an issue.
Result of their arrangements with the people that they license the code or the trademarks, the copyright for whatever's in the game from. And if that's the case, if a law like this were passed, I imagine that would be kind of, I hope, to be clear, I'm not going to say it would be, I hope that would be a negotiating stick for the developers and the publishers to say to the people that they're licensing the stuff from, hey man, these licensing agreements don't work anymore. I can't sell my game to hundreds of millions of people. I can't even offer this to them if you're going to do this. And at that point, I imagine that it would result in some sort of different negotiating style.
Yeah, I think he's right here. So basically, maybe right now it is, let's say Mercedes. Let's do the car thing again. Mercedes has the power here and says, no, you pay me monthly. I don't give a shit what you're doing. You make a live service game, you pay me monthly, you get monthly payments. I want a share of that. Now, if there's a law, now they can't do this anymore, and then they can, you know, not redistribute, renegotiate. They can renegotiate the terms, and then it might be a one-time payment, which would be better.
Now, let's go down the whole rabbit hole of server binaries. One of the things that I would think, as somebody who's ignorant of all this, is if the game requires a server to run, why not just give them an exe? I would think you should just give me the exe for the server binary. If it runs on Spark, if it runs on a Pentium 1, if it runs on some random shit that you made, whatever it is, you would technically be in compliance with the law as long as you provided a server binary that allows somebody to spin up a server in their house. All you would have to modify in the game, in this thing, in this hypothetical case, I imagine, would be have a little.
Guys, who's a big C++ nerd here? Guys, any C++ nerds here? Who is a big C++ or a big hacking nerd here in chat? How easy is it to inspect an executable and figure out code that's running in the executable? How easy is it to... How do you say that? What's the word, man? Fuck. Not God, what's the word, man? Fuck. English. Come on. When you build something new, when you rebuild something that has already been built, like what the World of Warcraft servers have done. Nostalrius was not exactly the same executable, but they rebuilt that. What is that called, guys? Not reinvent. Reverse engineer. How difficult is it to reverse engineer if you have the executable with you versus if you don't have the executable with you? It cannot be done, idiot's brain. It's only time consuming, it depends, can be done. If you say easy, NASA will want to chat with you. Please, chat was sweating. To my understanding, it can be done, but it requires a lot of time. Not just the executable, also the data and memory via memory for forensics. Yeah, but you're running the executable on a server. You can inspect the memory at all times using your own computer. You can run it locally on your computer. There's a Diablo 3 emulator reverse engineered from client binary, not server binary. Where? Do you have a link to? Actually, is that illegal? I'm not telling you to not link that to Discord in my private messages. Don't do that. Because I don't just want to take a look at this, okay? You should not do this. That's not a good idea. Yeah? So please, don't do this. Because I'm totally not interested in any Diablo 3 reverse engineered code or service. Okay? Anyways, Cakez is interested because it would save him time. He could just reverse engineer balloons. Shut the fuck up. The entire thing is extremely time consuming, Cakez. It's not a matter of whether or not. So I'm just wondering whether it is easier if you have the executable with you or not. Who's that at your left? No one. Ding dong. I think you should make your own video on this topic, which takes like just break the law, bro. With takes like just break the law, bro. You have a chance to become popular as the dude with the clown takes. That is interesting. Wait, that's Diablo though. Wait. That's Diablo. I thought it was Diablo 3. I see. Okay. This is Diablo. Wow, guys, we're gonna watch this later. Not today, but you know, at some point in the future. I think that's interesting. I like this stuff. Watch later, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for the link, bro. I really appreciate it.
Box where you would change the address of the server that was hard-coded into the game with the address of your server. What this does not take into account, which is very important, is that most modern infrastructure, it's going to connect to buckets somewhere else. It's going to connect to containers and storage all on databases that are somewhere else. So even if you were to give somebody the executable of the server, it wouldn't necessarily work because the game developer or the game publisher is still paying AWS. They're still paying for this bucket. They're still paying for the storage. They're still paying for the Snowflake database, whatever the hell else they're using. I'm not a game developer, but you get the point here. Even if you give somebody the server binary, the way that they developed the game, they did not develop that server in a way where they could just hand it off to you. They didn't develop this using that 19...
Now they have to spend time and resources to develop
90s concept of everything being local, or even the concept from 10 years ago of how cloud worked, where you're just using stuff on another computer. You may have a server that is connecting to 10 or 15 different computers in order to allow that game to work, and those 10 or 15 different computers that this one server is connecting to are all servers that have subscriptions for. You're paying for AWS subscription. You're paying for storage in this particular place, storage that is scalable over time in the way that S3 buckets at Amazon are scalable. They're paying for that. So to give somebody an EXE would be difficult. This would require that they rethink the entire concept of how the server is put together, which would be a serious problem if we are talking about games that came out 5 or 10 years ago. This would not be as easy as just giving somebody an EXE, depending on how the game was developed. If going forward, they knew that they had this requirement, then the game may be developed differently. And he makes a good point here, which is you would have to rethink how you develop the game in order to be in compliance with this, and that could cause extra work. That would mean thinking about how to create this for local infrastructure, as well as creating it for if you're connecting to 5 or 10 different servers somewhere else. This would require one of two things. Behind door number one, you would provide the code open source and say, here you go, like, have fun. Set up your own S3 bucket, set up your own AWS, set up your own Microsoft Azure, set up your own Snowflake shit. Like, we gave you the source code, have fun. Or let's say you don't want to open source your game. You have no desire to open source your game. You want to keep it closed source. I understand that. You would have to design a server in a way.
Couldn't you do it like this? Isn't this like a really smart move? Like, let's say you're Ubisoft. Okay, Ubisoft doesn't go away, but they shut down the servers for the game. Let's say the crew. But the crew has microtransactions in the game that will obviously be put into Ubisoft's pocket money. Okay, money. Now, you give someone else the possibility to run this game on their server. But you keep the microtransactions so that if you buy microtransactions in the game, it is still going to Ubisoft. Genius. It's basically infinite money. Free money. Someone else is paying for the server. You're getting the money. That's what we need to do. You know, that's what the developers need to do. We figured it out, guys. There you go. Just like a WoW private server, right? Can I tell a funny thing? If stream shuts down, you don't have anything anymore, Cakez. If Steam shuts down, you don't have anything anymore. Yeah, I know, but I can still, you know, get the game somewhere else. Ubisoft still wouldn't like it. They wouldn't like free money. I don't know. It's like free advertisement and money. I don't know about that.
With this local mode, maybe some sort of thing in Docker, like what Image does, or what Freegate does, or what Mailcow does, you would have to create some sort of local system like that, and then have your system, which is designed to be scalable. And this would mean designing with that in mind. Now, if this was a law that applied retroactively, I would say that this is completely unfair because that's a lot of freaking work to do for the past 10 years of shit. Being a law that may go into effect in 2026, 2027, 2028, I'm okay with it. Does it make things harder? Yes. If that's what's necessary to bring back ownership, I do think that that's worth it. It's not as much an issue with understanding, it's an ideological difference as to whether or not this should get pushed through. And I understand the game developer's perspective, which is I want to develop my game the way I want to develop my game. But I also understand the consumer's perspective, which is you use the word purchase here. You did not use the word service game that expires in a particular time. The instruction manual does not say if I don't pay $5 a month after this date, it won't work. The manual nor the box say that this game is going to turn off in 7 years.
Yes.
I want to keep playing my game. I understand that. So then becomes an issue of which one of these is more important. And in my opinion, the one that leans a little bit more towards ownership is the one that matters. Providing support to people when they're running their own server. Even if you open source the server. Even if you did that. You know, if you've been in a customer service based business, that you are going to get a bunch of people bothering you. I have people that will email me asking questions on how to fix their own shit. After I've made 1,000 YouTube videos, I have instructional guides on my wiki that are 10 pages long. They will ask these questions and expect answers for free. And if I don't give answers to detailed questions for free, they will get mad at me. In other cases that I have people that will actually get mad at me because I don't fix things that I don't have the ability to fix because I can't get parts anymore because they have not been available for 6 years. Somebody like this, who I'm not kidding, used to have the name Zeus the Mighty Oak, which was just, oh my god, that was hysterical, left me a 1-star review because I was not able to fix something. In my YouTube videos, this product was fixable in a video I did in 2014. The part stopped being available in decent condition 2015, arguably 2014, depending on who you're buying it from. 2015 passes, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We're talking about a device that was manufactured in 2011. If I could fix it because I could get parts, I would. But I couldn't. The parts on the market were 99% shit. They were parts where people were scratching off the old date codes and putting on new ones to pretend that they were new and they were not. They were parts that I knew were going to fail 2 months after I put them on the board if they even worked. So rather than telling me, yeah, sure, take this service, I'll give you a 45-day warranty and it'll die in 3 months, I said, I'm not going to do that. And what do I get in return for it? 1-star review. Customers can be unreasonable. So I understand when he says, if I make the server available, if I say, okay, fine, here's your server, learn how to set up Docker on your own, have fun. Even though that would technically be complying with the law, he would have a bunch of customer service requests that would be a royal pain in the ass. You can create a canned response in Freshdesk or your email software, whatever the hell you're using to handle tickets saying, this game is no longer supported. We are happy to make the code available to you. We're not going to charge you for the code. We're going to give you all the stuff you need to set up a server. Here's all the internal documentation. Or if you open source it, here's the source code. I can't walk you through how to set up a server, bro. This game is 9 years old. Sorry. And there are going to be people that understand that and are reasonable. There are going to be people that never even have to understand that because the first result on Google will be somebody else that's running that server for them that puts together a really great guide. And then you got dickheads like this. And the thing is, even though you're going to have dickheads like this, in my opinion, they're going to wind up being the minority and they're not really going to destroy the reputation of your company. I have a lot of people that call me that are dicks like that. And it's a very, very small percentage of them that are actually petty enough to leave reviews because most of the time you have people that are that petty. They know they're being petty. They know they're being assholes in their head and they feel some sense of shame about it. Even though they're acting on their emotions when they call you, but they know they're being assholes. So they don't leave reviews.
He's right here. It's very, like, he's making a really good point. People are still going to be mad if the service is shut down. And now they have to figure out how to make it run themselves because they're lazy. True.
And then there are a few of them that do, but even though I have to deal with a lot of assholes like that, 4.9 stars, 1,700 reviews, even before YouTube, archive.org, you'll see, 2 years before I started my YouTube channel, piled up with 5-star reviews. The initiative should address live service games that are designed to be massively multiplayer versus games with both campaign and multiplayer modes, where even the single player mode gets shut down. Personally, I want this to apply across the board, but I can understand if it only applied to games where it was not sold this way. You have games that are sold as services, and then you have games that are sold as games. And I think that the initiative actually does make a good argument as to how it is this could already be separated. There's one particular word that is really important to me. We wish to invoke Article 17, squiggly shit, 1 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, gobbledygook here. No one may be deprived of his or her possessions, except in the public interest, and in the cases under the condition provided by or for by law, subject to fair compensation being paid in good time for their loss. This practice deprives European citizens of their property by making it so that they effectively lose access to their product in an indeterminate, arbitrary amount of time after the point of sale. We wish to see this remedied at the core of this initiative. It says possession. So that really does go there to how was this sold. Something like the crew, that is sold to me as a possession. It's not sold to me as a service. Now, it functions as a live service game, but simply because it has functions of a live service game does not mean that I'm going to refer to it that way. There are games that have the functionality of live service games that are sold as a possession, and then there are games that have the functionality of a live service game that are sold as a live service game. These are two very, very different things, and I think that's important. So one of the things that I went over in a video that I did a while ago was how Sony was selling things with their terms of service. They had said, here's all the stuff that's going to be removed from your library, even though you purchased it. They did change their mind after a lot of consumer backlash, but there were a lot of items where they said that what you had bought and paid for was gone. Use of the terms own, ownership, purchase, sale, sold, rent, or buy in this agreement, or in connection with PSN content does not imply or mean transfer of ownership of any content data. Okay, so again, the intellectual property is not transferred. That makes sense. All content provided is licensed on a non-exclusive and revocable basis to you for personal, private, non-transferable, non-commercial, limited use. Here, they are actually trying to take the word purchase and just pretend that it means something it doesn't. If you have a live service game where you say this is a service that you're subscribing to, that is different from calling it a purchase. And my problem primarily with all of this has been when somebody calls something a purchase when it is not. You cannot use a contract to redefine the word purchase. If you call something purchase, but you have the ability to take it away from me, that is a rental or that is a lease. Do not call it something it is not, and do not use contracts to define it something it is not. Now, you may think as a result of this, everybody's just going to call it a purchase of a revocable license. In the US, you could probably get away with that shit. In the EU, they do have clauses regarding misleading terms in contracts, so I don't believe in the EU you'll be able to get away with that.
The US is always fucked, man. It's so funny. The US is always so fucked. They have to deal with someone like you. I feel so sorry for you guys in the US, man. You don't even have like proper healthcare that's free, man.
If you were saying that what you're buying is a fucking game, you're purchasing a game. In that case, they're not going to be able to get around this. They're not going to be able to do some sneaky shit that they probably could in the US. But if you're calling
50,000 to fix your teeth, man, like holy shit.
Live service game, you're probably fine. Wouldn't be caught up in the blanket of this. A possession is something you own. A subscription is not something that you own. A live service is not something you own. So as long as it's advertised honestly, you don't have a problem with it. If your game is not advertised properly, then there is a serious problem with it. The consumer needs the ability to make an informed decision. If you're selling it as something that can go away at any given time, or you're selling it saying on October 7th, 2025, this game will never work again, fine. But if you don't have that in the terms and it's not obvious to the customer when they're buying it, that's where it's screwed up. And Thor said, this is essentially paraphrasing, this is shitting on the developer's desk and telling the developer they have the problem of all the shit that was placed on their desk. I don't like when somebody else just shits on my desk either. This is why this initiative came up in the first place. The reason this became an initiative is because so many companies were shitting on their consumer's desk by saying, I know that you bought a game, not a service, but we're going to take it away from you. When you've had millions of people that have had their desk shit on, I don't think that they're shitting on the developer's desk. I think from the perspective of that gamer that bought that game that no longer works, what they're doing is they're taking the shit off of their desk and they're shoveling it onto the developer and publisher where it belongs. People are sick and tired of shit like Destiny 2, Titanfall.
He's right though.
Vision, just many others that screw you over when it comes to...
Yeah, take your shit and take your shit, take it back, bro. I don't want it. It stinks.
your ability to actually play
Take
those
a
games.
break,
there are
bro.
games that were able to be transitioned to something that you could run a server for from an online-only game. Gran Turismo Sport, Knockout City, Mega Man, Marvel Avengers, Estonia, City of Heroes. There are a lot of games where people were able to take this from an online-only, and once it was not supported anymore, transition it into a game that you could play without having to connect to the internet. I think that you do have to take these gentlemen's considerations seriously. To look at this dude straight in the face and just say, F you, I'm not going to, there's nothing that you said is reasonable, I'm not going to engage at all, you're an asshole simply because you disagree with what I said. I don't think that that's the way real activism works, and I don't think that actually gets anything done. I do think that you have to engage with a lot of his points, and you really do have to dig into all these details. And the thing is, I want to learn. With Apple and right to repair, I would love the real reason. When they say your privacy is at risk or your security is at risk if Lewis can get access to a charging chip, that's bullshit. I don't have the ability to engage when in that manner, even though I would absolutely love to, because the manufacturer is completely full of shit and they're not acting in good faith. Here, even though this man likely disagrees with me on a number of things ideologically and doesn't like the initiative and is very strong in the criticism of the initiative, that doesn't mean that he's fundamentally lying. He's not paying for a lobbyist to say that magtrometers and microwaves will explode. He's not paying a lobbyist to say that when I change a fuse in a motherboard or when I run a wire, that I'm changing a MacBook into a PC and misrepresenting it to my customers if it's still a MacBook, which is fraud. The level to which Apple and other manufacturers lie and gaslight politicians and users and their customers to try and trick them into accepting that which they should not accept is insane and completely different from what he's doing. He disagrees, he doesn't like the idea ideologically in my opinion, and he's poking holes in certain elements that were not fully fleshed out as a result of this being an initiative, not a draft bill, or even if it was a draft bill, you're supposed to poke holes in. It's not a full bill, but he has ideas on it. And all these people need to be at the table in order to come up with something that makes sense. You do have to consider where they're coming from. You can't just have this oversimplified thing and just don't limit it. You have to understand the way modern infrastructure works. You have to understand the way these games are developed. Am I saying that I changed my mind on any of these things? No, but you still have to dig into the weeds so that you can write legislation that doesn't suck. When he says stuff like politicians don't really understand gaming, it's not just politicians. The industry lobbyists that are lobbying on behalf of the video game developers against stuff like this don't understand anything.
The game console to protect their safeguards against sophisticated theft or piracy.
Wait, I need to hear this. So these are politicians talking about games, guys. We're gonna do normal speed here because it's funny. Wait, Catherine Gunther, Director, Entertainment Software Association. Oh God. For more information, visit legwa.government. Okay, let's see.
Anything.
Of the game console to protect their safeguards against sophisticated theft or piracy, to help the piracy video game software.
The piracy video game software?
To help the piracy video game software.
Do you at least read this into the mirror the night before you show up and testify in front of the committee? Or do you just write this on the bus on the way to the legislative building the same way that I did my earth science homework in 8th grade?
Software and hardware have security features that are built into them, and they're known as technical protection measures or digital locks. These locks prevent the play of any unauthorized game. Put simply, if a video game console's firmware runs a verification check on a game and it is not a legitimate copy, the video game won't play the console.
What the fuck is she talking
The video
about?
game won't play the console.
No, but seriously, my favorite part of this is how the lobbyist that's sitting next to her when she says that the video game will play the console, it's like, oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. The video game will play the console. The piracy data, lithium-ion battery, latest security will explode.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Leave it at this. Okay. I agree with every point he made. Like, best video actually on this. I think this is the best video. Like, I had the same points before going into the video, and he completely, yeah. This is so bad. Oh my god, I agree. Yeah, his points all make sense. Like, I think he has the best video on this. He explores all avenues. Yeah, this is essentially what I wanted to do. He already did it. Very good stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna cut all of the stuff down from yesterday and today. It's like 2 hours long. It's a 2-hour recording at this point. Holy shit. So we have to like tighten this up a little bit because 2 hours is too long. But yeah, this is essentially all of the points, all of the sides. And ultimately, I agree with this guy. I agree with him. Yeah, I agree with you. Hello. Hello, guys. Have a good stream, bro. Thank you very much for rating the dev dad. Hope you had a good stream yourself. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. Kiss him, fanboy. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Now kiss. We did the same thing with Pirate Software. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna kiss him because you guys will clip it. Absolutely not. We need this guy in Pirate Software podcast. Yeah, maybe they do it. Like, they're both really big on YouTube. Both big guys. Brothers. True. Very cool to see the perspective from every angle. Legalities. Developer. Then, where's Asmongold? Asmongold, the gamer. Yeah, there we go. The gamer.
It's going to be
the gamer and the original person. Very cool. Legal guy, developer, and idiot. No, I'm the idiot. So essentially, original video, legal guy, like he came last. Myself, idiot. Then the gamer. Then the developer. And then the legal guy. And I think he summed it up perfectly. Very good stuff. Yeah, I essentially share the same points. This, I think, needs to go through in a better way. It's a draft right now. Obviously, so it's not specific enough. However, there needs to be a way to protect the consumer from stuff that is not advertised correctly. And I don't know where that picture is, but we need this picture here too. There you go. The issue is essentially that you are buying... No, stop trying to figure out my location, you fucking asshole. You're buying a game. It doesn't say service, doesn't say license, nothing like that. It is literally advertising it itself as the game. Base game. That's the point. That's the problem. And you can extrapolate this to other games too. There's other examples. Diablo 3 is the same example. Diablo 4 is the same example. We will lose those games if they ever shut down the servers. The title says programming. Where is it? I paid for this. Thor said it right. Sell it as a license, not a game. Yeah, well, that needs to be advertised. But if they advertise it, they have less sales. So that's why they don't do that. They are spinning how it's called in the license agreement so that you as a consumer do not notice. They're spinning it to their narrative so that they are not held reliable. I think digital ownership has to be regulated way more. Like, I want to be able to sell my Steam games or migrate to another platform. Why is that not possible? Maybe Steam will make that possible in the future, but I don't know. Welcome to capitalism. I think Steam... Yes, if Steam shuts down, you lose all your games. That is true. But for some reason, I'm not as worried about Steam doing that as I am with a game like The Crew from Ubisoft. Because Steam has shown that their interest lies mostly with the gamer and the developer. So I don't see a reason why Steam would take that away. Steam would likely give people a grace period to download. Yeah, I think that Steam would do something like that, exactly. And you can back up Steam games and run many in offline mode. Yeah, that is true. Actually, you're right. I don't think... Like, if Steam... I can't do this right now, but you can start Steam in offline mode, exactly. Steam can change ownership or leadership, so don't get your game library or what they behave now. That is true. Steam can change leadership in the future. They haven't done so far, but you know, Gaben is not gonna live forever. The leadership that is currently in place is not going to be there forever. You are right. So in the future, we might need a regulation. That is true. We are lucky so far. We are really lucky to have Steam at the moment, both as a developer and as a gamer. True. But there is a need for regulation, for sure. Yes. There is a need for regulation, that's why. Wait, let me redo that. But there is a need for regulation, yes. However, that will look in the future, we don't know yet, but we're seeing the beginnings of it right now. And I think it needs to be discussed. Thank you, Wallace, for following, my man. Good morning. Okay, that was a long one. Ubisoft is shit. Also, Steam has an OS. True. Honest question. Do you own the game in the same manner if you're buying it in Steam versus from the developer straight? You will never own a game as much as like this. Where the fuck is it? Give me a second. Where's my game? can't find Diablo right now, Diablo 2, but you will never earn a game more than this. This is something, unless it breaks, I will have this forever. This is Gothic 2. One of my most favorite games. Right here. It's my #1 favorite game. Gothic reboot coming. Yeah, we watched the video and I need to bring it out as a video to YouTube too. Yeah, my reaction. Ignoring that you might have to play it in a virtual machine at some point. Yeah, I mean, true. That's true. Tell me you're German without telling me you're German. Yeah, like, it's like, hey, Cakez, where are you from? Oh, I see, you're from Germany. I'm sorry. Loved Gothic? Yeah. True. Cakez, many Steam games are just copy-paste with no protection, like RimWorld. RimWorld is not a copy-paste, bro. What are you talking about? Huh? Let me rephrase. Is the digital copy liability on Steam or the developer if you buy it through Steam? Not sure what that means. I heard on Good Old Games you can actually own your games, so if a service will be closed, they will still have to email you an installer to your games or something like that. I think he means, can you just copy it and run it somewhere else? AKA it doesn't depend on Steam. Most of the games depend on Steam. They are patched to run Steam when you run the executable. So let me give you an example, okay? Let's say you're opening up your computer's disk where you have your games. And I think Steam library, do I have a game in here? I don't. But I have most of my games on these nuts here. Steam. Wait, it is under games, then Steam library, Steam apps, common. So this is where you can find your games, okay? I currently do not have Steam running. If I click on Gothic 2, like always, and then I run the system's Gothic 2 executable, this is what happens. It is starting right now on the second computer. Actually, it does start. It starts right now. You can't see it because it's on the other monitor. I have like my main monitor to the right, but it started right now. Okay, let's see. Let me do a copy here. Put it on the C games. It doesn't work with everything, by the way. Some don't. Some do, some don't. Gothic 2 is meant to be played, or it was made like this first. It wasn't on Steam first. That one doesn't have a Steam API, so it should be okay. So this game right here should be able to play it. Yeah, it does run. You will hear this in a second. Started right now, you can't see it again. Guild Wars 2 is the same way. So that works. Now, it doesn't work with everything, of course. Let's test something that wouldn't work. Bloons City 6. Oh, actually, does it? Oh, it crashed right now. It doesn't start. Yeah, it starts Steam first. Now that Steam started, it works. Play offline, new version. Interesting. Why talk about owning games when you don't even own your operating system, Cakez? Are you just trying to bring up a new argument to indefinitely have this conversation, bro? I'm not connecting to the internet if I use Windows. What are you talking about, bro? No. So it looks like this requires Steam. Anyways, let's close Steam again. There is games that require Steam, and there are some other games that don't require Steam. Let me go back to this computer and see and games. Let's get rid of this here. I don't want to clutter this. That's my favorite go-to for the mad buyers when we're getting all wound up and demanding live service forever. Thank you very much for following, and Shade11, fuck you. Assuming silence. Hello there, sir. Good morning. It's Lisa's all the way down. Oh no, he doesn't know. Brother, if I have... So what you're... Whatever. Like, I don't want to go into this. I don't know enough about this. I don't even want to have this discussion. It will just be like a 10-minute, 20, 30-minute rant. And I don't... At this point, I don't know enough. And let's just move on. I needed to buy coffee, yes. I love coffee during the stream. It's so relaxing. I love it. Am I addicted to coffee? Maybe. Apple Tea rewards. I don't know where this comes from. I never enabled anything, bro. Hello, Revenger Wizard on Discord, brother. My badass little cousin ordered 300 worth of toys without my aunt and uncle knowing. This is a picture of how everyone found out. Oh, she's smart. She's smart. Like, it's their own... It's the parents' fault. I'm not even mad. If I was the parent, I would like be like, man, that's my kid. Smart. That's my baby girl. Now you can own them all. $300 isn't even a lot. Well, maybe for her it is. Yeah. Are any game devs not addicted to coffee? I've been game deving without coffee for a long time. Proud defender of Tangerina. Is this AI generated? Damn, these are cool images. Holy. Look at that. Bro. Look at that, guys. This is the wizard. What the fuck? How did you manage to make it so... It's literally the wizard in the game. What? Oh, that's the Twitch bot. Whoops. Yeah. Open recent. I still didn't do that yet. He was smiling too. It's not my type of music, guys. Get rid of this. I cracked up $700 phone bill back before the internet calling foreign BBS numbers, before I knew how international calling worked. Oh god, it was a lot. Oh yeah. I have even more. I used Bing. Bing, so it's free? Funny thing, some old games are being sold using a cracked version to not deal with building it anew without the old protection. Mom and dad put a pin count on the phone line after that. Yeah, they should. Huh? Okay, guys, we need to take the baby really quickly. Warum guckt sie so böse? Warum bist du so böse? Hä? Warum guckst du so böse? Hä? Warum bist du so böse? Okay, guys, we have baby duty for a couple of seconds. Let's see here. Okay. Oh yeah, you burped. Very nice. All right. Gonna have to lean back a little bit. And that's all for today's programming session. You're wrong. We're about to start the programming session. No headphones for her? No, that would be too loud. The baby, come because I heard you compile the game. Because I heard you compile the game. I've bought Gothic but haven't got around to playing it yet. It is too good. Is it good? It is good. It's really good. Yeah. Let's see here. What do we get? Knockback, maybe? Let's see what happens. We don't have a knockbacker, do we? Baby would probably do better government representation than the other lady did. Yeah, true. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Stop, 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 stop. Don't lift your head. Too much. Don't. No. No. So as you guys can see, my wife is not gone with her parents. Essentially, she couldn't go because the baby wouldn't stop crying. She was there for like 6 hours, and then she called me late in during the night. They didn't manage to calm her down. She just wouldn't stop crying. That's why she's back here. So that's why we have the baby. She just wouldn't stop crying until she came back here. Like, I don't think it's because of me. I took her and she stopped crying, but I don't think it's because she's like missing me. It was just 6 hours. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that reason. No. I think it was just too many people, maybe too warm as well. He's trying to bait us into telling it was because of him. Don't fall for it, guys. No, that's my honest opinion. Hey, stop. Stop, you idiot. You stupid. Noob. You need to relax. God bless, so cute. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, she is cute. Yeah, yeah. She took a bath yesterday for the first time and she really enjoyed that. Oh, she's unhappy at the moment. There's no place like home. Yeah, but does she even know she's home? Does she have enough brain cells to understand that she's home? So, guys, this is the tangerine that is depicted in this image, guys. Look at that. It's perfect. How did you do that, bro? Damn. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little warm here, guys. I think that's the reason. It's like, how much degrees is it today? Too much. Actually, 23 is fine. Should open up the window a bit more. Get some circulation in here. Cool. Harambe, rip. Okay, guys, I think it is time we do some programming, but we can't do right now because we need to wait for the wife. And also she is unhappy a little bit. Maybe it's too warm. Let me fix that. Come here. Let's open up the window. Okay? Okay? Vorsichtig. 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 Nicht hinfallen. Ah. Okay, wait, I'm gonna open up the door. Create like a Luftzug in English. Okay. It is kind of warm. This fucking guy. Stop it. She's like climbing. Stop climbing. You Dumbo. Stop it. I'm sorry, guys. We have a climber here. Stop climbing. Stop it. Stop it. You noob. Stop it. Stop. Okay. It is going to get better, okay? It will get better. We will have air. Those arms, though? Yeah. This guy really wants a timeout. Future bouldering champ. Yeah, she's able to hold on to this for she's very strong. But maybe it's normal. I don't know. Like, I don't want to say very strong when I don't have any comparison points between other babies, you know. That's my first. Can I get a timeout as well? How long? 10 minutes? Sure. There you go. Wait a minute. Let me unpause the bot's notifications. That's been a lot.
Long live chaos. Esport, Twitch, online. Hello.
Hello, bye. Oh, she's searching. She wants to eat more.
Uh-oh.
She's not happy.
What happened to penis?
She needs the pacifier. Because my wife is in the not fridge. In the shower. In the shower.
Master M.
Yeah,
The calculations are in and
Hey.
the
hey.
powers of your brain are overwhelming.
Yeah. Come on.
I don't want to be
Take
like
it.
Cakez.
Take it. Little bit. Just a little bit.
Good morning, Senor
Yeah.
Cakez.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like Cakez.
Yeah.
Balls.
Yeah, you relaxing now? You happy now? Nope. Du Trottel. How long do you want to get banned for, brother? Give me 10 as well. I know you want to do it. I was a bad boy. Okay, Galaxy Media, you're gonna get 10 too. Just need to wait. Cakes, are you lactating? No, I'm not. What are you talking about? I should ban you too.
Hello everyone. Hope you have better day than yesterday.
Gotcha, bitch.
Great to be back to my favorite Vulcan stream. Please keep your functions
You're getting a
shorter
day?
than 5 lines.
And I'm gonna delete your message.
Don't help.
The next person that brings this is going to be more than a day. It's gonna get a timeout that is longer than a day.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
Bum, 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 ba-da-dum. Bum, ba-da-dum. Directory to that. No, direction to this. And
Wait a
that
minute.
worked. Okay. Cakes, be more positive. I am positive. All right, okay. You want to get 10 minutes. Let's skip this.
Gotcha, bitch.
BA8 pareitory. 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 Pareitory.
notifications are
Pareitory
there?
pa. Pareitory.
Three to more.
Pareitory. Pareitory.
Is that a
Pareitory.
Lofi DMX here?
Pareitory. Pareye at awkward monk key.
To add in a proper options menu in both
You're too warm, are
in
you?
the town
It's too hot
and
for you.
in the main menu. I want to make it so that the options menu
If I
is
didn't have
now
to
a
join
drop-down
Discord, I'd
menu,
gladly
or
take
not
the
a drop-down,
timeout.
but like a pop-up. No, it's not a pop-up, but it's like a fuck.
What's going on? I'm currently just passing time. Because I have a baby in my hands and I can't do any coding like this. And I don't want to do a reaction video with the baby here because I don't want her to be in a YouTube video. It's like she doesn't have... she can't consent to being filmed. While she is being filmed right now, I can just private these VODs, stuff like that. I can cover her. It's only sideways, that's fine. Such a noob, you can totally code with one finger. Yeah, I can. We will. But right now, I just wanted to wait for the notifications. And then, who wanted to have a timeout again? Ask Doni. 10 minutes? See you in 10 minutes then. There you go. And then who else wanted to have a timeout? Someone else? No? Okay. Is there a baby Easter egg? Yeah, baby. Ah, das Baby. Yeah, bitter. Bitter Scotch coffee. Hello there, sir. Good morning. I wanted to, but changed my mind. Okay. Don't check the memes section. Cakes, memes. Eisenriss asked for timeout, Cakes. Sorry about your Hemorrhoids, here's a cake. Okay. What the fuck? Intel is having issues here, yeah. Photoshop? I think it's Photoshop. I love coding in C, I love coding in C, Tesseract. It's like playing 4D chess. Did you remember the pack to pack the safety pylon? Look at the bumper. She's starting to fall asleep, guys. She's starting to fall asleep. Give me a second. Just gotta angle her a little bit. Cakez, however, made pennies in comparison. Cakez, however, made pennies. Samuel L. Jackson has made around 357 million from his movies. He's averaged around 2,200 words per movie in 156 movies. That's about... Wasn't Samuel L. Jackson a drug addict before he became famous? Samuel L. Jackson? Samuel L. Jackson, drug addict. Wasn't he a drug addict before? He had started boozing, smoking weed, and doing LSD at college in the 60s, and said until he got clean in 1991. 1991, okay. After a crack-induced meltdown that involved his 8-year-old daughter finding him zonked out in the kitchen among his dime bags and pharmanelia, whatever that means. And he never set foot on stage without some... He had never set foot on stage, yeah. Yeah, so he started, he got clean and then he turned his life around, essentially. 1991, and what is his date of birth? Paste and go. 75 years, 1948, okay, wait. And it was 1991, wait a minute. He's 75? Damn. He doesn't look like he's 75, bro. Goodness. So wait a minute. 48. So that is 63? No, wait. Wait, 1991. 1991. So 50? No, 40. 43 years old. After 43, he started getting famous. Something like that. That guy looks fresh as fuck. Yeah, he does. He does. Not sure how he does it, but I mean, yeah. So when you were talking about this, okay, you dumb moron, on Discord, I'm level 34 right now. Okay, so I still have a couple of levels to go. Cakez making excuses to finish his game at 40. What I'm saying is that everyone has their own life story. Okay, and that is different and unique for everyone. All right, I might be, so for example, me compared to some other 20-year-olds who are already making millions, obviously that's worse. But, you know, some other people have it worse first and then bad later. You know, some other people never really get huge success. You can't really tell. It's all different and unique to each person. So, but it's cool to see these life stories, you know, how it turns around for some people. It's definitely inspiring, for sure. Always focus on the future. Yeah, what happens is, or what you should focus on is not what happened to you in the past, but what you do right now. Exactly, how you move forward. Don't look in general. Nails. Guys, stop. Anyways, I don't have enough time to go through this. We'll stop here and then continue from here next time. Let me see. What can we do? Specializes in ranged combat using fire spells, fire and ice spells that deal magic damage, which ignores armor. Brown, thank you very much for following. Cakes, is your wife interested in your game dev stuff? Does she every now and then want to see your progress? Does she react when she sees that the game is basically the same for over a year? She's not really interested in the game itself. No, she doesn't ask how the game goes along. No. But she also doesn't understand games much. So she wouldn't really understand whether I make progress or not. Unless I explicitly explain to her what's new. She already gave up on the game. Magic equals 100% armor penetration. Yeah, it is. We need to change this because he's using ice spells too. Stop it. Stop it. You gotta stop. Okay. Yeah. You're very relaxing right now. But you need to stop moving. Okay? Stop moving. Yeah? Just sleep. Good. Guys, we're gonna do some one-hand coding really quickly. Texts. That is using fire. And... why stop moving? Well, if she doesn't stop moving, then the issue is that she could fall off to the side. And I have one hand holding her only. You kind of need two to hold her head when she moves a lot. If she doesn't move a lot, she can just rest on your chest like this. And then she's safe. She's not going to fall off to the sides. But if she moves a lot, she doesn't have the strength to hold her upright. So she could potentially fall off to the side. So can only really program if she's kind of still. Which she is for the most part. I want to have blue and blue. And B is basically the color blue here. Using a lowercase b could be a lighter blue than an uppercase b. Fire and ice. Or cold. Well, let's call it ice. Guys, should it be called ice spells or cold spells? What do you think? What is a better name? Ice or cold? Maybe cold? Frost? I have cold damage in the game, guys. I have cold damage in the game. So whenever I deal cold damage, it says cold damage plus 10. So maybe I need to do cold spells. Cold would indicate it should be hot and cold. Let's call it cold spells for now. It's a bit odd, I know. And then over here we use a capital B, which means in the render interface, when we draw text, oh, it's called render text. What the fuck am I doing? Sorry. What the fuck, man? You know what? I'm just done. Text. What the fuck did I do now? Let's just scroll, man. I'm done. I'm fucking done. If you guys find the text... I can't do this with one hand, man. This is pathetic. Shut the fuck up, man. I'm doing this with one hand, okay? It's not as easy as it seems. I can cut videos with one hand because I have all of the hotkeys set up on my numpad. But I can't do this coding stuff. Just continue on Discord until the baby leaves. Yeah, maybe. Think we have it almost. Draw UI text. There we go. And in here we have B. And we can take this stuff, Shift V, yoink this, and then create a capital B here. And then have a different palette. A capital B would be less bright. So a lowercase b, sorry about that, little buddy. Over here we have 27 and 25 is brighter. Maybe 26 is better. Yank a word. Put this here and then do 26. Control Shift B. Let's see what this looks like. What do you think? Oh wait, so cold now is darker. I want it to be the other way around. Wait a minute, am I stupid? Ah yeah, so this needs to be 27 and then this needs to be 26. But I think I want to be not 26, but 25 maybe? And here 26. Control Shift B. Wait, no, it's gotta be the other way around. What? Huh? Yeah? Okay. Okay, baby's going now. Tschüss, meine Kleine. All right, my brothers, are you ready? For some big coding action? This doesn't look good at all. So I want cold to be bright. And now I'm confused as to the index here. So I want cold to be this color, which is index 28. So the lowercase b is supposed to be 28. And then the uppercase b, which is supposed to be darker. Or should the uppercase be more pronounced, like it is more prevalent, so then that's brighter, while the lowercase b is less bright. 27. So I would need to change this to be magic damage needs to be less bright than cold. Very bright. All right, better on Twitch. Oh, where were you? Streaming on Twitch? Yes, I'm streaming on Twitch, Twin1Dev. Hello there, good morning. Sorry about this, and thank you very much for following. I just had to take care of the baby really quickly. Hello, Delta. Good morning, bro. How's it going? Let's see. What does it look like? That's not the same color. Absolutely not. There's no way. There's no fucking way. This is close. Look how different this is. 33, 138, 171. Wait, so that is 38, 137, 171, 170. And then the real color is 50. Wait. This is for index 28. We start out with 54. Wait a minute. Wait, 28 is wrong. It is 54 for the red component. Then, how much for the green component? 197. And then the maybe blue if we go down is 244. This is where the reds are. I'm good, bro. Nah, I'm good. There's got to be a different way back. Ha! I'm not going there. Nice. How do I, like, huh? Nice. Yeah, I don't know what happened here, which color this was supposed to be, but that was wrong. Is 29 then right, though? 109, 236, 34, 214. Yeah, that's correct. Hype. Oh no, Cakez having color issues again. No, we don't. I think this looks good. Magic damage is kind of darker. Cold is brighter. So, specializes in ranged combat. Using fire and cold spells that deal magic damage, which ignores armor. Not bad. And then we could make armor kinda gray. G. Capital G for physical damage here.
Am I so out of touch?
Oh man.
See Static X just
Thank you.
subscribed. Big tick support for 2 years. Cakez.
Maybe too many colors in the text. Maybe there's too many colors in the text, but we'll see. And then now the Tangy wizard. I feel like moving this a little bit higher. Let's see. Unlock hero. Heroes to unlock or unlock on to unlock. Fuck, I don't know what it's called. Custom engine. Yes, this is custom engine. Good afternoon, Statics. I really appreciate your support, man. Thank you. Thank you so much, brother. My man. We're getting closer to the guys. We're getting like a little bit closer to the plus level. No, what is it called? Level 1 plus partner or something. Where instead of 50% per subscriber, I get 60% for each sub. We're still far away from level 3, but level 1 is something we can actually reach in the future. You have 5 viewers? Really? I don't think so. I don't look at it. Hello, Avatar Azula. Good morning. All right, let's find this. It is game state. Heroes. Unlockable heroes. There you go. Remove already unlocked heroes. In-game unlock hero. It's called in-game unlock hero. Okay. Why do you make your own engine? Got something to prove, buddy boy? Is this your is this actually your first message? Pleb in chat. Very nice name, bro. Do I have something to prove? You are right, actually. Yes. You know to who I have something to prove? To myself. I have to prove to myself. You guys think this is... no, the account was created like almost a year ago, guys. I have to prove to myself that I'm good at least one thing in life. So I make my own engine because I want to learn. I wanted to learn everything there is about making games technically. Technical aspect about it. This is proving it. Making a game in C++ and having it be remotely successful, in my opinion, proves to myself, or will prove to myself, that I'm good at making games, that I'm born to do this. Yes, because I've always looked around and I was never really good at anything. But take playing soccer, for example. It has taken me 10 years after I started playing soccer to get into, to be like a core member of my team. While before I was always on the bench. So I'm not good at soccer. I'm not meant to be like a big soccer player. I know that. You know, and that has been like with mostly everything I do. I always get into something really fast, but I'm never really good at anything. I just had no talent, nothing. But there were things that I just liked doing. So yeah, that would prove to myself. Yeah, so I have something to prove, bitch. C++, Rust is better. No, it depends. You know what? You know what's better and best for you? What works for you? There's no better and worse.
Game demo. Marketing. Steam
Have you
Next
found a
Fest.
working solution to perceived loudness?
Don't be afraid of poor marketing and you'll be stronger. Good game will sell nonetheless. The money will come to you.
We got this if check here. And then this. I have a different solution you could test out if you're interested. Sure, you can post it if you want to. Shit. Paste bin. So, okay. Return power of volume. Goodness, what is that? What is this, my brother? What is this? You know, this feels like a real super cool function that I just yoinked. Okay, so you're telling me that this... are we done with this? Tangy Wizard? Actually, we need to quickly... the button invisible to disable clicks. Then calculate the correct position. We did that. Overlays, content, sprite. There you go. Is this in the for loop? Yes, for every choice. If the choice is selected, then we draw the name and description. The hero data.name, Tangy Wizard. And I think the info position right here needs to be 90. A bit higher. Now I think it just moved up a little bit. And then instead of plus 20, I want to do 24. I do the description. And since the description can be in two places, I want to put the unlock hero button. I think I want to keep it like that. Let's see. I don't know. It's fine. All right. Now, why did I do this? What were we doing? Oh, yeah. So the loudness of this. Let's see. It's not doing any music on 0. That's good. So it's completely muted 0. And what do you guys think? Do you like this? Volume slider? It's centered vertically, centered in the empty space, so it sounds good. You have to pay me to play this game. Nice music. And Inukai retracted another message. Supercool is gone. Better focus on art for now then. Imagine getting stuck on a mid problem. You could embarrass yourself without Supercool carrying you. Or no Cakez having color issues. You missed Rama's message. I did. Rama's message. Sorry about that, Mr. Ramos. Am I procrastinating again? I missed your message. I can't find you right now. What the fuck? Am I blind? Alright, let's see. Mr. Ramos, what did you say? Sorry, I missed your message. I'm once again asking you to rationalize how tweaking text colors brings you closer to a playable... Shit, he's mad. I don't know about this slider, bro. For long have you been developing this game? Almost 3 years at this point. A couple of days and then we are 3 years in. Continue button on the checkbox. I know. We'll fix that later. Fine. Guys, I don't like these sliders because, like, I literally have to go maximum loudness for this. And then if I use this, I think it's louder, is it? That's how volume sliders are supposed to work. A linear slider increase does not equal a linear increase in perceived loudness. I know that. I mean, we can do the crazy number 2 then. Do this for now. Don't feed the trolls. Ah, man. But the difference between 50% and 100% is perceived like double. Give me a second, guys. Like, I don't know what happened, but right over here in this arm, it's like a muscle strain or something. It goes through the entire arm. Oh, man. God, it goes in even into my wrists. That's how crazy this is. Probably soul cancer. No, it's from soccer when I run a lot. I don't know why that happens. Because, like, I'm not using this. I guess I'm using the arm to run. Oh, this actually helps. Oh, God damn it. Ah. Oh, it's getting better a bit. It's getting a little bit better. Oh, my God. Oh. When you go really deep, it hurts. Arm cancer. Ramis is wrong. I mean, the weak This week is halfway done. Look at all of the progress we made in 2.5 days. We passed the flow to the audio system and we tweaked the color. Game will be done in no time. Shut the fuck up. Okay, fine. Guess that was a crazy day, okay? Also, why do I not get knockback? Or because knockback is percentage-wise. I don't even have a knockback. Like, a knockback doesn't... Okay, wait. Where's shield bash? So you had me in the first half, Inukai? I guess that's... Who said that? Type that. Keystone. Skill. Shield bash. It has a knockback of 40. Okay. Alright, guys. So I think we want to have knockback here. On this line. And then down here we go for bleed. Okay, we're gonna fix the skill tree now. So I want to show it like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. That's how I want the skill tree to work. So, taunt, unfortunately, doesn't really fit here anymore. Wait, actually, taunt and intervene could be like the middle path here. So taunt could be here. You won't see it. What is it? What is this? Oh my god. Oh. When you go really deep, it hurts. Oh. Okay. Okay, so we have taunt in the middle. But that means we need to put everything a little bit further. Like this, just like in balloons. We have 3 lines. This is how it begins. We choose one of the 3 pathways. Okay, I like this. Now, I would like, may I suggest something? The skill tree should not take the entire space on the screen. I think it would be a side bar or smaller. It breaks immersion, kinda immo. It is supposed to be a UI element showing the skills tree. I don't know why it should not take up space. Like, it makes no sense. Like, it's supposed to display data. Hard to fit it all in a sidebar. It deserves a full screen. It needs to be a full screen. I mean, how else are you gonna display something like this? How else would you display upgrades like that? That's just how it works. It is heavily inspired by balloons, and like I don't see any other way. So yeah, shield bash is I think here. I wonder if this is a good tier 3 ability or if I should actually intervene. Needs to be here. That is tier 2. And then shield bash. Let's move this, let's space this out a little bit more. Let me test this. I want to have 2 more points. Let's turn this into another skill.
Hello, Cakez.
Oh, my man, my gets up. Good morning, sir. Turn this into another skill. Let's try to space this out. So this is the very far right. This is the last tier of abilities. Like, these are like the craziest abilities, okay? These are usually global things that affect everything on the battlefield or like in a great radius. Okay, so the idea here would be that, let's move these out of the way. We move on to, we space this out properly. Okay, so let's see, well, how many ticks do we have between the two? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 ticks. So we would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can this be done with a grid? Maybe. And then these nodes need to move here somewhere. We'll have to figure out how to do that. Have you seen Game UI DB? Yeah, I've seen that before. We've talked about this before. I like the website. However, there's oftentimes... So, like, the website is good in that it shows you how UI is done in certain games. But unfortunately, it doesn't show you how it's drawn. Unless they change that. Let me check. GameUI.com, right? Was it GameUI.com? No. GameUI.interfacegame.com? No. What's it called, guys? GameUI? GameUI database. Was it this? So, for example, let's search Vampire Survivors. It's not found because no one cares about this, right? So let's try a game. Stardew. Sea of Thieves. I don't care. Like, most indie games make a 2D game. Well, that's not true, but there's a lot of pixel art 2D games out there. Bloons. The sign has not changed since when I used it before. Hollow Knight. Hold my beer. Hollow Knight is there. Okay. They just show the images, I think, unless they changed. So this website is good to see the UI in the game. True. But it doesn't show you how it's composed. Now, obviously, do you need that? Is the big question. Do you need this? Do you need to know how it's composed? Model, info, and tutorial. Okay, let's see. Ah, no, that's just a tag. So it just shows you the screenshots. Yeah. Cakez, are you still interested in games made in Rust? There's one that came out the other day that is like Stardew Valley, and it did kind of well. Almost 800 reviews, 98% positive. Yeah, link it. Or say the name. 1 minute ad, smiley face. Though, why would it matter how they compose it? Why would it matter how they compose it? Well, because that's when you learn actually how it's done. You don't know how much visual effects go into this stuff here. So to give you an idea of how this could be composed, this could be an image they drew, or this could be an image that they then blur using the renderer. Then they could I don't know if that's true or not, they could have done another image layered on top of the background image that is kind of emitting a blur-like glow, which are these stripes, and then the options, the font, and this one right here above the options, I think this is an image. Then these are two images as well. They all emit a little bit of bloom themselves too. So it is about, while yes, I can see that, what is missing is the way to get to that. it does look cool, but how do I get to that? And I'm purely talking about from someone that is inexperienced, has never done this before, and is wondering, well, how could I potentially come up with such a visual? Because there's a lot of stuff that goes into this. And the best example is, I don't want inspiration, I want an easy way to yoink. No, I want to figure out how something is done so that I could replicate it myself using my own creativity, using my own creativity. It's replicating it, not yoinking. Exactly. That's how you actually learn. So how did I learn how to make... How did I manage to do... I can't show you, but I have a screen like in Vampire Survivors where there's a bunch of coins falling down. I managed to do that screen. That's for people looking for ideas. Yeah, anyways. So this is a great website that just shows the UI, but there's obviously some games that are missing. In particular, smaller games, it looks like. But Stardew Valley is huge. Not sure why they don't show Stardew Valley here. Maybe they don't think that Stardew Valley is a great game to show. But they should show that, in my opinion. Even smaller games. Let's see, maybe... Let's search for Chronicon. It's not a good idea. It's not a good example for game UI. So no, it's not here. This is reference, not learning. I see. GameInterface.com, Bloons36. Is this loading or is this just taking time to... Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay. Let's move on. It's not my internet. I have fiber, bro. It's not my internet, brother. Fiber. Okay, so knockback is something that doesn't come after the shielded orbs, but it comes here. And then we need to somehow... Let's make a couple more. So Ramis, am I working on gameplay right now? This is a skill tree for my unit. This is gameplay, right? I'm making the skill tree for my unit so I can play with the unit. Yes, good boy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, good. Ramis is making sure I make gameplay features. I work on gameplay. Very nice. Good, good. Ramis has given up on you? No, no, that's not true. Needs chat to not get distracted. Hello, Yova on YouTube. How's it going, bro? How's your game coming along for the Pirate Jam? How long until you have to submit your game there? Fuck, man, this OpenGL error still comes. Shit. Sucks. Anyways, let's move on here. I was working on this. I think I need to space these out a little bit more. And also, I want to make a more interesting skill tree than just having two lines. And then connecting them like this. I don't like this at all. I think this looks bad. Guys, do you think this is boring if the skill tree looks exactly like this every time? Is this too repetitive? It's fine. Lines the lines procedural routes. Make the lines procedural routes. I will. The lines will be routes, yes. But I'm not working on how the UI looks right now. I'm working on the skill tree. And we are building the looks of the skill tree, aka what you can do in the skill tree, how you can travel. This is how the player will play the game. And if, in my opinion, if I build a repetitive skill tree like this, I think it's boring. I think it's boring. Also, I'm colliding here. So this is not far enough down yet. I think the game is shit in general. So it makes sense the UI is bad too. Cakes, you want feedback on the composition in general, colors? What are you talking about? My game is not shit in general. Dark Souls? Oh, I see. Okay, this guy's talking about Dark Souls, not my game. Okay, that's fine. Someone was gonna get banned, holy. Someone was so gonna get banned. Oh my god. He was talking about Dark Souls, guys, it's fine. Accidentally Gigatoxic, yeah. True. Damn, I'm having fun here. It is not evenly spaced yet, though. This, I need like node selection, multiple node selection. Cakes, have you been watching Germany in the Olympics? No, the intro to the Olympics made me vomit and now I can't watch the Olympics anymore. Wait, I'm confused. I think it's an optical illusion. I think this needs to move one pixel more down. I don't know. I don't want to support something as terrible as that. Stupid. Alright, there you go. It's a person literally showing his balls on stream, man. On screen. There's kids watching this. Gijora kinda redeemed it. The criticism slandering made my blood boil though. Are you gonna add scrolling on smaller resolutions? On smaller resolutions, the game is just gonna be smaller. Like this. It's just gonna be smaller. So, doesn't really matter. There's no need for scrolling. What there is need for though is to have these lift off the background. No, I think these colors don't work. The you cannot use colors are too dark. Drop shadows would go far. I think drop shadows would go far. And maybe a different color that is completely disconnected from the background. Let's save this really quickly. It happens like this opens up. I think this color here is fine. But I think this is boring, you know? To be honest. Skill trees take a shit ton of time to get right. There's going to be lots. Wait, Ram has said something interesting. Sorry, wait, where are you, Ramus? Sorry, I missed your message again. Skill trees take a shit ton of time to get right. There's going to be lots and lots of iteration on each tree, so don't worry too much about the details of everything. There will be many more passes in the future during user playtests. Yeah, fine, okay. I'm just wondering about the structure of the skill tree. Do I want to go like this, essentially? Move this. Maybe I space this out a little bit and give them like 3 options here. Add a little bit of variation, and then we have this, and then maybe something like that. And then maybe here you can move over to a different... Or maybe you shouldn't be able to connect from here. Let's say from here to have a connection down. I think that would be bad because you have not invested into this at all. And now you can use intervene already. I think I shouldn't be able to do this because taunt is supposed to be the first one you get and then intervene the second one. It's not about overthinking, you dumb moron. It's about thinking about this in general. Okay, if I take a look at my favorite game of all time, they don't have connections. You unlock each lane separately. Right? So I think we should do that too. What game is this? This game on the screen right now is called Bloons TD, sir. And Bloons TD is a tower defense game that is very, 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 very successful. Okay. See how visually clear the options are here? Yes, the options are very visually clear here, as opposed to here, where you can't tell it apart. I agree. Wait, my wife's calling. Damn, it's raining like crazy. You guys hear the rain? You guys hear this, Cakez? If Cakez cares about it, then it should be worked on, lol. Fields of Mysteria, Cakez, you know? The game I was talking about 45 minutes ago. Guys, do you hear the rain? It's crazy. Oh, yeah. Damn. Alright, so, fine. We'll do it like this. Intervene damage absorption. I kind of want this to be optional, though. I kind of want to add optional paths to this. You know? Cakez, this might be useful to read. Okay, wait. There's so many things that happened here. Let's see. Fields of Mysteria. This is supposed to be a game made in Rust, ladies and gentlemen. We have a game made in Rust. A programming language with a current compiler. Ooh, this is gonna trigger a bunch of people. Ooh, yeah. It came out in, August 5th. Let's see how it plays. That's not the gameplay. That's a cute anime girl. Okay, yeah. Okay, gameplay. There you go. Okay, wow. Heavily inspired by Stardew Valley, of course. Cool. Yeah, it is Stardew Valley, essentially, but in a little bit... not as detailed. Cool. This is made in Rust. I wonder how long it took them to make this game. Okay, 12 marriage candidates and 2 of them are question marks. By the way, their style of pixel art is more to the style of how you would see pixel art being done usually. Not as many, not as much details, a lot of empty spaces with flat colors. And yeah. This is essentially Stardew Valley, yeah. Funny. Cool. Yeah, that's Stardew Valley, exactly. That's exactly it. Cool. Yeah, more power to them. Very nice. How long did it take them to make this? Fields of Mysteria. No, Control T. Holy shit, is it really coming down, huh? Yeah, it's really coming down, yeah. How long? How much development time? Release date and time. Fields of Mysteria main walkthrough. I guess there's no... This has got to be a big company then. NPC Studio? What is NPC Studio? Holy shit. 5 years it said above? Am I blind? Second link. Five years of fighting the borrow checker. Where do you see that? The 5 years. It wasn't the first thing. Where? Ah. There we go. There it is. Thank you. Fields of Mysteria early access and roadmap have arrived. We are thrilled to announce that after 5 years of fighting the borrow checker, as you said, Fields of Mysteria is now officially available in early access. Damn. So if you use Rust and you have a team, NPC Studio, let's see. How many of them are there? about us. Hi. That is... Okay, that's 3 people. We have Shelby Dove, which is the community manager. And who's the programmer? Our team. We are a tiny indie team supported by... Hi, I'm Nate. I've been in the games industry for over 20 years. Most of that working in publishers. I love games. No devs? Fields of Mysteria team? Ah, okay. Oh, okay. Holy shit. Okay, that's... Guys, so like... I don't know about you, okay? I don't consider this to be a tiny indie team, sorry. So like, I've been doing this for a long time now, where we take a look at some indie games that come out, and we take a look at the success of the game, and how many people are involved in making the game. And when I see a team of 12, 13, 15, no wait, 13, 17, 20 people, I don't really consider this a small indie studio. And then we have these. Yeah, okay, so these are the top 3, yeah. Nathan, Shelby, Gabe. Wait, they're not even in there. Are they? So that's 23, actually. It took that many people to clone Stardew Valley and Rust, and it took them 5 years. Why not? Does indie mean less than 5 or something? No. So here is my conflicting point. Okay, here's what conflicts me. When a normal person hears indie game developer, they think of a bunch of dudes together that try to make a game. Correct me if I'm wrong. So like, when you guys hear indie game developer, what do you hear? What do you think? So in my mind, it is just a couple of dudes that make a game. Self-funded, you're wrong. That's also a woman. It's also a woman. I hear self-funded, self-published. Vagina does not equal indie developer. Yeah, 1 to 3 artists. India published. It's indie, but not small. So here's what I see, or what bothers me. What makes the indie space different from the AAA space, when essentially the same thing is happening in the indie space too, when you have a bunch of people with a lot of money that invest into a team to make a game, and give them a sum of money to make the game, just on a smaller scale. So like for me, what makes it, so for me, if I wanted to make money right now, let's say I'm an investor, I have the money, let's say I have the money, okay? I would get myself a team, I would label myself indie, I would fund that team, maybe not even disclose how much I'm funding them, and then I would advertise the shit out of it being an indie game development studio. To look good on the outside. Also don't really care about the indie label. I was just curious why this team disqualified. No, I don't really want to disqualify this team, but what I'm seeing here is essentially that, which, and in my opinion, the public perception, we're not talking about developers here, we're talking about the public perception, is Undertale also has tons of people credited. Indie is not corporate. I consider indie to be like 1 to 5 dudes making a game in a basement, Limao. Yeah, I consider indie to be essentially not really this. Guys, we don't care about the Wikipedia definition of indie. We care about the layman's terms. We care about the average Joe that sees indie and then thinks, well, what does this mean? Indie means self-funded to me. There are indie companies that do not already, yeah, that do that already, yeah. Small risk, but high reward if indie game hits. I'm making a basement, yeah, indie. Indie means it's not bought by BlackRock yet. These people are not credits. They are employees. Yeah, we're not talking about the credits. We're talking about the employees. That is a good point, yes. So these people are not credits because there will be more in the credits. These are employees. So like, guys, I don't want to like drag this down into the mud or anything. But what I'm seeing is oftentimes in the investors that see what's happening in the gaming industry, AAA titles are losing favor by the gaming community. The gaming community favors indie more. So if I'm an investor, I get myself a team, I invest into a team, I fund the team, and then I call my game an indie game, and I'm on the good side of the gaming industry already, or by the gaming community. I'm already on the good side. So that's like positive marketing without actually doing anything. That's how I see it. And it's kind of playing on the fact that people like that title and name. Cakez the bot died? Yeah, actually it did. It crashed, I think. You'd invest in the short team, currently popular idea, and take as little risk as possible, just like AAA. If you were out to make money. Yeah. Of course. Anyways, so for me, this is not really like the traditional indie team that I have come to know. So for example, I call the developer of Stardew Valley an indie game developer, but I wouldn't call this team an indie game developer. I would call this a business. I call this a business designed to make games. And I call, it's a studio, yes. And I call the developer of Stardew Valley like the traditional indie game developer, the sweaty nerd that everyone thinks of when they hear indie game developer. See what I mean? Like, I don't want to discredit anything. I don't want to discredit them of any like achievement they made. I'm just trying to define what my problem is with the name indie oftentimes when it comes to this. Because in my opinion, it is just using a brand and a name and a logo to look better than maybe this would be considered, before indie was a thing, this would be considered maybe AA. The AA studio. Maybe like, I don't know, 1A, I don't even know if that exists. Self-funded AA, something like that. Nah, don't listen to Mike Acton on this. I mean, trying to look like the underdog. You mean trying to look like the underdog while actually having tremendous amounts of funding and support behind yourself. Self-funded double Ds. We are a single A studio, yo. You're not independent if you have investors to satisfy. So anyways, again, don't take this the wrong way. It's just something that gnaws on me, which when you have that many people with that much stuff floating around, like the money has to come from somewhere, okay? And so, yeah. Like, anyways, work with indies, Peter. Yeah, anyways, I think it's just misusing a name, to be honest. Like, my honest opinion, I think it's a little shady and misusing the indie name to look good. It's my honest opinion. I could be totally wrong here, but when I think about indie game developers, I think about something else. Dropping Fs. I think it's not so much the team size as team structure. If most of your team is just people that build stuff, then it's indie for me. If you have 5 managers, then probably it's more like a business cakes. For me, I'm purely talking about the public perception here. But okay, let's see. Cooldowns. Physical damage. We need to fix this. Ramis, I'm gonna fix really quickly a little bit of UI. Okay, not much. Just a little bit of UI. Okay, I hope you don't mind. It really bothers me that this is behind. Yeah. Okay, bro. Just a little bit. Okay, so like. Display description effort. There you go. Get description. Stat description. True. If it's an ability, display ability description. If it's hot. Cakez connection error top right. The bot crashes for some reason. Starting to crash. Yeah, guys, I can't start the bot right now. It looks like it's crashing. Let me see. VS Code. What happened? Do you think Ramis is indie, Nails? I haven't taken a look at the team yet, or the game. Let's see. Cakez framework, Twitch bot. 5. Definition of indie games. Indie games stand for independent video games. At the highest level, they are games created by individuals or small teams who operate independently from major studios, both financially and creatively. Pre-launch task failed. Uh-oh. Do you consider Pirate Software indie? I think Pirate Software team is how many people? When he started, like, how many do they have? The team. Yeah, I get an exception. Guys, I can't start the bots. I get an exception. So this will probably take a couple of days to fix, guys. Sorry about that. Do it next stream, it's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna disable the bot for now. What the fuck? Why is it still showing connection error? I disabled the source. Huh? Oh, it's the connection counters too. Okay. I think for me it's tricky when games evolve. RuneScape at some point, an indie game made by 2 dudes. Yeah, so like, I see what you mean. Terraria is the same thing. Ooh. Let's see. Pirate Software has 3. So yeah, for me, Pirate Software is different in the sense that while I know that he started out with money in the bank, I think it's different, and I don't know how they fund. Like, I don't know if he ever talked about how they funded, how like he or this team funded itself for the longest time, because Thor is not indie. He has a job with a publisher. I haven't been there from the start. I didn't follow him from the start at all. Like, I didn't even know he existed ever since I started streaming. I knew that there was a guy called Pirate Software who made games, but I didn't follow any of like how the studio evolved and stuff, how it started out. Jonathan Blow, who also has 20 people now. Thor works for a publisher since recently. Yeah, he works for a publisher since recently, And that is the one that is in correlation, or not correlation. It's not correlation, right? In association with Ludwig. And what was the publisher called again? I forgot the name. But yes. Oh. So they're trying to be a publisher that is not a vampire, essentially, right? Just market your game as Penta A Tower Defense. Much better, okay. Alright, so we get 10% physical damage here, and then let's get rid of deadly ignition. For now. This is something I have to figure out as well. We have games at home. Games. So wait a minute. I would say if you make a deal, money with investors or funds that makes you lose some power in management or productions, you're not an indie anymore. Indie basically means free to do whatever you want. It was a joke on off-brand games. If it blows up, release it for Switch too. Do you consider Team Cherry indie? So what I consider indie is basically... I mean, the money has to come from somewhere to pay the people, right? But I think in a traditional sense, I think indie as a team of couple of dudes or like, you know, couple of people coming together to make a game and then somehow managing to fund that until they can release the game. Not a big person coming in with a lot of money funding a team and then, yeah. The team Cherry is a team of 3 dudes. Basically investing into that team and then using that investment money to hopefully make more money when the game's done. To me, that is a different type of indie developer that... Yeah. It's just different, okay? Like, my definition might be totally cooked and dog shit. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect. Maybe I change my stance on that too. But that's essentially what I'm thinking at the moment. Man, I can't build a skill tree like this, cause... it kinda looks ass. Look, they are right next to each other. I feel like Cakez noticed this message when the message is very long, so here I'm posting a long message to test this theory. If you're reading this, Cakez, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up! Ini was like without a publisher, but today I don't think that that's right anymore. Cakez and the rest discussing indie. Meanwhile, Galaxy Media, what's up? And my gets up are on a crusade. Wait, are they? What facts did you observe? Nothing. You prefer to play dumb to troll. Obviously, people organizing an art show know The Last Supper. There is no arguing anything here. Oh, you're talking about the Olympics? Personally, it doesn't matter to me. They made parody of Last Supper, mockery of Christians. It's very safe anyway, but blatantly lying about it. Are you going to try Godot again? Oh, Tony, I saw that message. Oh, I saw your message, Tony, on YouTube. Am I going to try Godot again? I don't know about that, my brother. I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll have to think on that one for sure. Guys, what about this? What if we give that nice little connection here? What do you think about this? Huh? Isn't that nice? Just a quick shout out. Magetsap, what's up? And who else? Galaxy Media. Do I have a mod in chat? Any mods in chat? Push. Zend. Tcap's never here. AQ, are you here? Can you observe if these guys behave? Did you see Gojira open for the Olympics? It was open. It was awesome. I did not see that. No. Why not to drop the whole skill tree thing instead after each rank up you can pick out of 3 skills? No, that's boring. That's boring, bro. Why would I do that? That's boring. Oh, what an interesting game, brother. And I spent so much time on the skill tree. Why would I do this now? Absolutely not. But maybe this is boring, or maybe this sucks. Maybe I should go and do this. And remove these connections here. Maybe that. Or... I think the difference between indie and AAA are deadlines. As an indie, you can just spend an entire day blabbering and moving some notes around. Thank you very much for following, Zonk. I appreciate it. And fuck you, Genussinificus. Tcap is the toxic mod, though. Gotta have that. Yeah, true. Like, we need to have one toxic mod, 100%. Yeah. But I have only toxic mods, actually. And we don't have one here right now. Cakez, do you think you have so many viewers right now because Pirate Software is offline? I don't know. I don't think so. Because Pirate Software has traction coming from YouTube. And the traction to this category doesn't... maybe there's some traction to this category. They see Pirate Software as offline. Shouldn't he be online though? Isn't it today Wednesday? Doesn't he take Thursdays off? I don't know, maybe. It was a yes or no question. No, it's not a yes or no question because your question is dumb. It's not dumb, but it is not as easy as yes or no. Because there's multiple variables that go into this. Okay? You noob? So for example, this is the line here, this one right here, where we have a lot of life. Okay, let's give him 50 flat life. I don't know if that is a lot. And then some 2% health increase as well. There you go. Big health stuff. Cakez, do you see my little post on Discord resources? I did not. No. His stream never dropped off after YouTube's shorts. Because his YouTube shorts keep getting views as well. Have you checked his graph for how many views he's gotten monthly? There was like a huge spike in the beginning, then it obviously dropped down, but it has been about the same each month. So they managed to pull off the same amount of views each month, and that is huge traction to your channel. You just need to create that traction somehow, somewhere. And YouTube is one of the best things to do that. But there's also TikTok that works too. But it's more kids content on YouTube. Pirate Software is not as big on TikTok than on YouTube. Because TikTok is more like they are not really interested in this type of content as much as other types of content. You know? He spams shorts. Yeah, he spams shorts all day. Not all day, but every day there's one new shorts. Cakez, I normally don't mind your YouTube videos, but why are you copying Asmon's Changed My Life? I actually cringed. I copied that because I found it funny. I did that on purpose because I knew it was cringe. I didn't know what type of title I should do. Cakez Software, top streamer in software, congrats man. Then that means others are offline right now. But that's cool, thank you, thank you. It's the Kingmaker system, yes. It works very well. Alright guys, let's see. What do we put here? Which sprite? We have this up here. It's more like crowd control management. So So I would like to introduce crowd control stuff, which I guess I don't have any big notes for that here. I don't want to use a heart. I don't want to use a bow. Asmon said my game changed my life, but his life, by the way. I believe him 100%. 10%. Oh, man. Yeah, you believe him, of course. It changed his life. Because you know how it changed his life? He played your game for a couple of hours instead of playing a different game. You changed the course of action of his life on that particular day. True. I'm sure it changed his life in a deep and meaningful way. Yup. Let's see. We need a new note here. Fine, let's draw one really quickly. Alright. Let's put a new note here. And we'll change the color of the notes later. Cakes changed my life. Oh, that's awesome to hear, bro. Okay, I think we need some sort of... Guys, what is a nice little image for crowd control? How do you display crowd control using an icon? What is a good icon for crowd control? I knew this was gonna happen. Game. A swirly? Chains maybe? Berries? Barriers? A swirly. What is a swirly? Actually not a bad idea. True. According to WoW, a sheep? I think a swirly might make sense. Let's see. Can we draw a swirly? Is this weird? Do you think this is weird, guys? Wait. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think this is not the way to go. That's Hearthstone. Minecraft string. The swirly, you're going to dunk their heads in the toilet and flush. That's one method of crowd control. Cakes, this might help. Gang bang. Sorry, I don't have a sound effect, but... See you in 10 minutes. Arrow up and down. Fully hit. Oh, I like this. I like that. This is good. Nah, actually. What does the attack do? No, this is just an icon for crowd control. But What could be a good icon for maybe hypnotized eyes? So an eye, yeah. So okay, let's try an eye. Actually, I have an eye here somewhere. I have an open eye here somewhere. Guys, if you see an eye, tell me, okay? Ah, there it is. It's a terrible eye, but we can use this as inspiration. Okay, let's see. Shit. Fuck, man. It doesn't work because... Oh, man. Like, I have equal... I'll show you why this doesn't work. Use 2 pixels for the corners. Let's try 2 pixels for the corners then. I don't think that's how you depict an eye, bro. What is this supposed to be, bro? What do you think? Looks like an eye. You think? That's not bad? Yeah. Fine. Or maybe I have an idea. Try no outline. The eye suggestions, I like the eye suggestion, but then again, now you have icons for anything related to side or range. True. For CC, you could probably use like 2 circuits with stars to imply stun. You mean like a star? I don't even know how to draw a star in pixel art. It's been a while. And I remember when I tried this the first time, it looked like I was drawing a fucking frog. Maybe I'm better now? Nope, not better. Still bad. Yep, we have a frog right here, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. These are the arms, these are the legs. Yep. We managed to successfully create a frog. Yeah, whatever. Let's not do this. Draw 3 heads. Range would be a target. Nah, this is fine. We take this as crowd control. And we give it like a... We give it an outline that seems to be glowy. Glowy outline. Or maybe not. Now we keep this, guys. I like it. And also we shouldn't spend too much time on this, because this is just visuals. We need to have placeholders for now. It's easy to be drawn into this, but for now this is it. Let's figure out the 1776. Add that to the assets. Looks like secure camera pictorial, which makes sense for crowd control. There we go. Passive. It's passive. Eye. So the 1776, right? And then 16 down. There we go, 2 frames. And then in the game, mark this as A, passive stuff. There we go. Now we should have this in the game. There you go. We can use this as an eye for now. Actually, it looks really good. Damn. Look at this, guys. We can tell that this is an eye. Damn. I have to say. The swirly and stars probably come from head spinning and seeing stars when you get knocked out. Yeah, the swirly and stars I had this one time. I wonder if I still have this. Do I still have this? Maybe not in this atlas, but yes, I had this as a stun effect. Alright, anyways, okay, so what do we do here? Shield orbs. If I put a big node into every single one of these, like this, where do I put keystones? So what we have here is deadly ignition. The burns deal a lot more damage. Enemies affected by your burns run much faster. This is a keystone that changes the gameplay in a different way. So it's basically affecting the gameplay. Now this guy doesn't inflict any burns, so we would have different type. So for example here, this unit can block 2 additional units but deals 20% less damage. This is like a big shield. So instead of this unit can block 2 additional units, what this unit could do is, let's go into texts, assets, build a wall. Actually into texts. Build a wall. Here. Instead of this unit can block additional units. This unit gains like this. Increases the maximum block cap to 90%. But this is supposed to be percentage, I think. Or not. But deal 20% less damage. So now this guy can be a massive tank. At least against very small hits. A lot of small hits. So how about this? Raises. From 75% to 90%. But deal 20% less damage. That's a keystone. Okay, now that would be here. Save this. Raises the maximum block cap from 75 to 90%, but deal 20% less damage. I love those hard-coded values. Yeah, these will be hard-coded for now. Because the keystones will be... The keystones are 1 or 2 per skill tree. So where would I put this keystone in the skill tree? Like location-wise. When does this unlock? And also, maybe on some units, like these are all copies, right? What does that mean? If I place let's say I have these 3 abilities unlocked, right? Okay, all of these abilities are tier 1 abilities. Hopefully this one is tier 1, tier 1, tier 1, yes. And then this is tier 1. Actually tier 1, and this is also tier 1. So basically tier 0, 1, and then this one would be tier 2. But it doesn't do anything yet. Okay, save. Fuck! I didn't save. 0, 1, 2, 3. Save. Okay. Now, let's say I spent 3 skill points. And now this guy, let's slow down a little bit, can train one of these abilities. I could either get Taunt, Wind Slash, or Shield Orbs. Doesn't really matter which one I pick, but the one I pick, I can now no longer get the other 2. Now the thing is, maybe I'm going for a build in which I deal a lot of damage. So essentially I pick Wind Slash, I pick Wolf Fang Fist, which is damage abilities. I go with damage abilities all the way through, and I only pick up items that give me a damage boost. If this build a wall is active, I always deal 20% less damage, but I'm not utilizing block at all, because I never got myself a shield item, because instead of the shield, I got a necklace that gave me 10% more damage, or a necklace that increased my bleeding damage. Now I have this unlocked in the skill tree all the time. You know, maybe because it's connected to this node. Okay, and I thought, well, cool. For this guy, having more block chance. Okay, like I need to work on this still, okay? It's all, like, the UI is a work in progress, okay, guys? Let's say for this guy, I went for this ability here. Build a wall. It is always active. But I'm going for a pure damage build. Now I can't disable this. Maybe after the 4th ability, there is a keystone. Like essentially this. The 4th ability allows me to pick one of 3 keystones. Or it leads, everything leads up to the last keystone or something. And then every lane has 1 keystone that you can choose, and that is actually the last thing after the last ability that you can get. Maybe that. And then you can choose whether to get the 20% additional block or the 15%, I think, actually. Check my last message, Cakes. Means something like this. Guys, I need to go to the bathroom really quickly, okay? Need to go to the bathroom. Sorry about this. Shit, I spent 2 points into this. I'm a fucking moron. Be right back really quickly. That was good, man. Check my last message, Cakez. You mean something like this. What is this? Oh, damn. That's really a good one, too. Yeah. You made a really good one. Hey, Timpuff. Good morning. How's it going, sir? Yeah. I'm thinking about it. Okay. Let's see. What did we get here? A new item, right? Leather helmet. Okay, so that's a defensive item for this guy. Okay, now we are currently still working on the skill tree, and the reason why, so what I just had as an idea on the toilet is the skill tree and the items should work in conjunction with the abilities for the heroes. So for example, if I have an ability called Shield Orbs, that gives me 2 shields. Plus my targets, the targets that I have. How many targets I'm hitting. Now, there should be an item that helps me buff this ability. Or that helps me affect this ability. So for example, one of the items could be, and let's just keep replaying, because you can get all of the items unlocked then. Let's just keep going. So here's what I mean. So for example, Shield Orbs. You know what the main issue of Shield Orbs is? It's cooldown. It has a 38-second cooldown, but the duration is only 17 seconds. Okay? And so it makes the skill stronger the more cooldown reduction you have. Let's get to a point where I can get a new item here. So you build with 0 coding? Oh, I do build with coding. Let's see, what do we get here? Yeah, we got a wooden sword. Let's restart. You see how I'm farming items right now? I have to think about whether you should be allowed to do this or not. You see how I just played till round 1 or round 3? Got a new item and then just restarted the game. Now I have unlocked the item. That is something I can do. Should I add a protection against this into the game? We got a new point here. Let's get cooldown reduction. Toilet and shower are the best places for ideas. Yeah, I agree. So let's see. We do physical damage, attack speed. Alright, let's get an item that is actually useful to us. Okay, so that item is useful to us, but in a bleed build. Alright, we got another weapon. Okay. I need to wait a bit. What do you think of Julia? Who is Julia? It's just some random name. Alright, let's go again here. Come on. So for example, the leather helmet, what could it give us? Could it be enchanted to give more stats? It's also a language. I don't have an opinion. Oh shit. I need armor penetration for this guy. Otherwise I don't deal any damage. I think these guys are really balanced with this weapon. I think I made a good job here. I can't beat these guys unless I invest into my armor penetration item. And I could also invest into the mage. Now I have 2 ways to beat them. Either the armor penetration item or the mage, or later on a different type of Tangy that you took with you. And so you know that on round 4, these guys are gonna spawn, and if you have something, if you have nothing that deals magic damage or is a counter to the armor, you will most likely lose. Where's the guy? Okay, we need to get this guy for another item. The red guy. You know what I see sometimes? 60 damage, but I guess that's because of the stuff that spawns, right? We have a game loop, Pogo. Alright, let's see. Do we finally get something useful? The eye patch would be nice. Thank you. Alright, so the eye patch. Okay. Is an item on the character. Now, wouldn't it be cool if it affected shield orbs in a way? Wouldn't it be awesome if it had some sort of effect on maybe the ability that is right here? Maybe Wind Slash? Also, I need to order these. No? You could make it reduce all AoEs. I don't know about that, you know. Hello, Dev Sponsors. Hello, Dev Sponsors. Thank you very much for the raid. Don't forget to add gambling. Good morning. Good morning. How's it going? Oh shit, we are losing. Guys, they have too much magic damage. Too high magic defense. These guys take no damage. Huge raid. Good morning. How are you doing? How's your game coming along? Come on, shoot firebots. No, hey, shoot ice wall. Okay. Dude, are you not able... Happy to see your channel grow. Well deserved. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Come on. Items appearing visually on Tangy's is not the feature that scales well. For the love of God, don't do that. I don't have any other way. That sound effect though, change it into something softer. You mean the skeleton sound effect? Cakes, if we were to run for president and get elected, would you ban game engines? No. What are you talking about? Absolutely not. Any sound that repeats a lot has to be softer and smooth. Okay. Okay, guys, we need to make it softer soon. What would you ban then? Nothing. Nothing. Probably Collector. He's already banned. So, wait. Why is this bad? Why is this bad, Ramus? What is the issue with me adding items to my characters? Why is this bad? Not every item will be displayed, though, okay? So, for example, you saw the leather helmet here, okay? The eye patch is displayed too. Actually, all of them is a bad example. Fuck. It's a bad example right now, but not every item is displayed on the character. It will limit your creativities in terms of, oh crap, this won't fit on a Tangy, and the combination of items to Tangies will explode and you will get nothing done. No. Because I already... Okay, fine. Let me quickly go out here. I'll show you. I don't think so, actually. I'll show you why, okay? I have found a solution to this. Load, let's see. Load, game. Take a look at this. Unlock some items. Unlock all of the weapons and items. And equipment. Equipment for the defense. Sorry. Just... Okay. It will limit you. This was written before you said they don't all show. I see. Yeah, I'll show you. So I see your point. And I agree with your point, but I'll show you how this works. Take a look at this Tangy. We have all of the items unlocked. Take a look at this. I'm getting a leather helmet right now. I'm deciding to get a ruby necklace. Nothing happened because it's not supposed to show here because this particular item can't show on the character. Now I get a new helmet. It shows me the helmet. Now I decide to get a shield. It adds the shield. Now the perspective of the shield, we could argue, is kinda bad. Now I have maximum equipment. Let's take another character. I decide to use this magic mantle. Then I decide to use the wooden shield. Then I decide to use the bone helmet. And then at the very end, I was like, no, actually I want this. That's how I did it. That makes sense. If you are okay with the inconsistency, which is fine, Immo, then no worries. I think this makes more sense. The shield is gone now. So here's the one issue I have. Okay, I'll show you. I will show you, and maybe we can figure out a cool little solution to this. It says max here, right? I like max, but what I like more is a visual indication, okay? So, for example, draw, UI, text, string max. That is abilities, equipment. There you go. Oh, sorry about this. So, if we have reached the maximum upgrades, then I want to do a for loop, int I is 0. Let's make this really fast. I is less than 0. More choices to count. I plus plus. So my shield is gone now. Just wait, bro. Just wait, bro. Just wait. Item type piece is hero. More choices. I'm gonna quickly enter into flow state. There you go, and then draw, and then the item data. Piece is get item data using the piece. There you go, and then draw. UI sprite using the penis dot sprite ID on some sort of position, test position, and that's it. Let me check here. Flow state activating, yeah. Test position is the Windows Center content position, yeah. Content position. Content position. Then we do test position dot x plus equals 16. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah. Obviously it doesn't fit here. So this is what I would like to show. You see this? Obviously it's wrong. YouTube? This is Godot? Is this Godot? No, this is C++, my brother. We are developing in a game, in a language called C++. This is purely coding, and I have made it so that I can change the game while it's running, and we can see the change in the game. Maybe it's better if I place a character here. Then we can quickly control you, give ourselves a lot of money. This. Now it's maximum, we can see all of the upgrades. I would like to do that with weapons too. I don't know, 0 and 8 or something. Let's try this. How does the player browse the items when it's more than 3? It's never going to be more than 3. And I have to think about how I'm doing this. And then maybe we'll put the string max. On contents position. Window center plus window edge X position. Oh, window size. No. Size. Upgrade menu size. X divided by 2. Minus 10. And then contents position dot Y. This will all make sense in a second, guys, okay? Dot font size is 0.75, I think. And then we want to not align center, but we want to align right. Let's see what this looks like. This is something I'm thinking about. So it shows all of the previous items that I have unlocked. And it just displays the latest version on the character. Unless, of course, I can display all of them. That's the idea. What do you guys think? It's a good idea? What's the underscore macro? Or the underscore macro is not a macro, it's a function that takes in a string ID and grabs itself a string from this list right here, which is an array of strings. And so this is essentially how I do my... This is essentially how I do my... What is it called? Font text in the game. But it doesn't have UTF-8 support yet. It's currently only ASCII support. So that is something I will still have to do. But it's essentially just the convert an ID into a string function so that I can have a list of strings that I can give to someone later. For example, I give them this list and they give me the localization to Chinese. And so where before this said live, now it does says some Chinese letters that mean live. Yeah, so that's the idea. I don't know about this. Maybe plus 18. Here, obviously some of the items are overlapping. Obviously, because, yeah, I didn't think about this at all. But this could be it. Maybe like plus 20. And then I just have to be careful not to display. Yeah, maybe like this. Then maybe we start out like 1 or 2 pixels to the left. Armor is correct. Guys, it doesn't matter. 2 is too much. 1 pixel is better. Yeah, that's the idea. It's better to show the items always. Not sure what you mean. It's better to show the items always. People can't remember the loadout for all the Tangys. So you mean display this item and this item? Oh, you mean this is better than just max? You think this is better than just max? The issue is, how do I display this? Here. It doesn't show me the previous choice. Unfortunately. And have you noticed something? Pass. We just don't show this right now. Maybe if you hover over the name, it shows. Do you know a raw string? Do you know about raw string literals? Nice item data for variable. Lol. Thank you. Yeah, bad at game. You can't you make the pop-up wider? Have slots vertically on the side for the item's armor? I was thinking about making it wider, but it's already very wide. It's intrusive as hell. And on top of that, it would require too much space. If anything, what I was thinking of is something like this. Let me show you. Oh, I see. That's fine. Okay. Let's try this again. Do we draw the heading? Slots. Let's try this. Draw UI quad. What about this? Upgrade. What was this called again? Equipment choice position. Equip choice position. Plus slots position. Will all make sense in a second, okay? Oh, actually, slots position is equip position plus some vector 2, which is obviously a little bit further to the right. Actually, I already know which size that is. It is this size right here. It will all make sense in a second, okay guys? It will all make sense in a second. Okay, slots position. Max. What is it called again? Max tiers. Max item tiers. High plus plus. Yeah, we draw a quad for each of these. using the slot's position. And the size of the quad is gonna be, let's say, vec2 of, let's say, 4x4 for now. And then we have dot material, dot color. This color palette 20 is, I think, green. Wait a minute. Slots position dot x minus equals 6. Then if it will all make sense in a second, guys. Okay, I'm just in flow state. If I is less. Wait, it will all make sense in a second, okay? So I have tier 1 unlocked right now. I have one item in there. So I need 1 green and 3 gray boxes. 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 So, but we're going reverse. So I need a gray box first. So let's say we are starting on, I need to invert this. So essentially if I, wait a minute. So if the, wait a minute. So if max item tiers minus I is that, if that is greater than 0, are more choices. Would count, then I want to draw a gray one. Otherwise, I want to draw a green one. Yeah. Okay, bro. So this would be gray, and this would be green. We can improve this in a second. What is gray? We have this in a second. Okay, bros. This is 32. There you go. Shit! I can't show this. Wait a minute. One gray, 2 gray, 3 gray. What is the slot's position? 4 gray. That's actually it. The brain fog is consuming you? No, I have it in a second. I'll just make these much bigger. And also maybe they don't show up. Bot's out? Yeah, the bot's out. It crashed. It crashes at the moment. Hey, where are the boxes? Why can I not draw a quad? Eh? Position and size. It's right here. Okay, let's get rid of the color. Maybe I'm doing something wrong with the color. Where the fuck are these? Oh, I'm a fucking moron. It was this plus here. Alright. Sorry about this, guys. It was this. There you go, okay. Now we can draw 4x4, but I think it doesn't work because it is actually interfering with the price. There you go. Not sure where that comes from. Hey, don't we draw the heading here? String equipment? Wait a minute. Is this minus? Minus 10. Yeah. Great. Cakez, the Spotify website was out for the last 20 minutes. Just in Europe and maybe beyond. That could have brought the bot down. Yes, the website works now. Oh, really? That could have brought the bot down, yes. Actually true. Because, yeah, the bot works again. Thank you. Okay, so if I spend 1 point, you see how this is what I was thinking of? You see this? I don't know where to put this, but that's the idea. Again, we are starting to get a little bit too much on UI. But this is what I was thinking. Just like in Bloods. You see that? I need a different song for a while. Guys, we have been listening to this song for... Not this. And it would only show on units that have some upgrades and not all. Do you know how the Fluffy Potato is? Who the Fluffy Potato is? He is a Pi game developer who won first in the graphics category with Pi game and MS Paint for London Dare. Yeah, I know who the Fluffy Potato is. He has shown how he has earned money using or making games. Yeah. Really cool stuff. I watched some of his YouTube videos. Yeah, guys, I don't know what I should display here. I'm thinking about this, but I don't have a solution to this yet. Don't know yet. Because I think this kind of looks bad. You know? I got a Discord notification that the stream started. Oh, then the bot must have been... Yeah, the bot was off. Yeah, I don't have a solution to this yet. I'm not sure how to do this. Weapon equipment tabs are shops. No, it needs to be one click. So you click on a unit and you see all of the upgrades in one place. Shrink possible items and put the white squares vertically on the left. Yeah, you could also shrink the items. Here. I'm thinking about drawing smaller versions of these for the menu. And then just... but man, I think this is bad, really. I feel like they have a good... Like, I would have to redraw every single item twice. One in-game version to one menu version. Which I guess... Yeah, I don't know, man. Which I guess you do, but... Bro... Like, I'll show you something that's even worse. Watch this. So let's say I give one unit a lot of items, right? Take a look. You see how the weapons grow bigger? And now they are bleeding into the UI. You see how big these weapons are? I don't think this is fine, bro. Dynamic layout? No, no, no. This needs to be fixed. They look good. This doesn't look good, bro. Just make the layout change. Nah. You can't make the layout change. I drew this by hand, bro. I would need to stretch the background too. Could do what PoE does and put random stuff in there, but the actual armor would look totally different. That's not even true. The armor in PoE is displayed properly with what the armor looks like actually. But of course they have a UI version and an actual version. I don't know, I don't have a solution here. And it's another UI problem that I have. But I feel like I'm using this UI all the time. So is it working on gameplay when I work on this? I kinda have to work on this right now because this doesn't look good. It doesn't give the player the information they need. I feel like. Are you using any engine or just plain C++? It is plain C++. Yeah, UI developer, like the thing is, every time I do something new in the game, I always work on UI. I never actually work on the gameplay. Because the moment I change something about the game, I get hung up on these issues. And this is the big problem that I have moving forward for my game, you know? I don't know how to properly move forward with my game because I'm constantly being held up by these UI issues. You know, that is the one thing that I feel like I need to work on if I want to make a very good game. Don't polish things until you're fine with the gameplay and mechanics. Yeah. How you're gonna know your work will be wasted again? Yeah, exactly. I think you're right, Zergfred. So I think what we need to do is just ignore the UI for now and work on the gameplay. I always get hung up on this. If you're 100% sure this won't happen again in the future where you would need to rework this again, then do it, I guess. I don't think... I'm like 99.9999% sure that I will not rework how the items get on the hero. I will give the player 3 choices for abilities, weapons and equipment. Yes, this will not change. The functionality behind this will not change. I like this. This is set in stone now. This idea will never change because I came to this idea after iterating on my game for 2 years. And I have locked this idea in because this is actually how I want it to work. Those are necessary steps you need to take to reach the end goal. It's gonna change at least 5 times more? No, this is not true. How do you do such animations? Like the green arrows, or that it is included in the libraries you're using? This is just a sprite that I move throughout the game, and then I rotate the sprite in the direction it's flowing. So I have like a bunch of points. These are waypoints that are scattered along the path here. And then the arrow just follows from one waypoint to another waypoint. And I'm rotating the arrow in the direction between the two waypoints. And then I just draw that. Is the border non-resizable? I don't want to make it much bigger, the menu. I don't want the menu to be too intrusive to the game. I already have a lot of UI. Then you have to draw tiny bad looking versions. Which is a bad idea and more work. Or make a better layout. Array of extended UI size. Why not tilt the swords a little? Gives more space. That's the way I rotate the swords in the game. Why are you so afraid of more work just looking the way? No, no. What are you talking about? It's not about being afraid of more work. It's about figuring out what the best solution to the problem is right now before moving forward, before doing some random shit again and then reworking this again. Do I need to fit in this balloons-like system? Only about a 16 pixel increase is needed. For your max-sized weapons? You mean on the y-axis? Maybe show the detail info like price and upgrade level on mouse over? No, because if I think about the phone, you don't have hovering on the phone. Coach, thank you very much for following. I don't know, guys. I'm thinking. I'm using my brain. I'm thinking to find a good solution. I think we need to sleep on this. Maybe I'll find a better solution later. I don't think we'll find a solution right now. It's a nice idea. I like this idea a lot. Right here, where it shows me the items that I have gotten so far. You know, when it's maximum. Maybe even, you know, show me what the items do. But other than that, I need to, I think, sleep on this. A button showing the current inventory. It should always display. I know what you mean, but I need to compare myself to the big guys. For example, Bloons. Bloons is one of the big guys. How does Bloons do this? Well, very simple. Bloons, city, upgrades. Bloons has a very simple UI when it comes to this. Fuck, man, it doesn't show me... Ah, what's already trained. There we go. Right here. So Bloons shows this. They show you the last upgrade and they show you the next upgrade, and then they show you how many upgrades you already have. Can you unequip the equipment? You cannot. But it's different, right? It's a track in Bloons, and yours, I have choices. Yes. In Bloons, you have paths, and you can only go for 2 paths. The third path will always close. For me, in my game, you have 3 paths. You have abilities, weapons, and equipment, and you can go to the maximum on all of those. True, it's different. However, we can still take something away from this idea and think about how we can move on with our game, or what we can do in our game. To show the player, well, you already have this right here. This is how much you can expect to still get. And this is how much it costs. We are not talking about the visuals. Boxes won't be enough. So my idea is that I need to display the latest item that I have gotten. But I guess I already display that on the unit itself. So I don't think I need to display this in the UI. That would be redundant because it's basically twice the same. But I should at least display boxes. I think I should at least display how many boxes we have. Let me test something. I think we can still do this. I have an idea. Is 4x4 enough, or is it too small? That's the big question here. Or maybe does it need to be 5x5? So we can have... Okay. Ja. What do you guys think? What do we have here? Could this be a nice little box? Or is this weird looking? I think I like this. What? Can you check this, Cakez? Exile draw. What is this? Yeah, that's the idea. That's what I want to do for right now. Yeah. $100. That's the idea. That's what I want to go for at the moment. Yeah. Yes, and I'm currently drawing these empty slots, or these slots. Unfortunately, these are 7x7. 7x7 doesn't really fit. And then we could do... something like this. Or maybe we need to have some sort of empty checkboxes. Checkboxes and empty checkboxes. Where the fuck are those? I have them as well. I think they're here somewhere. Right? I know there was checkboxes here somewhere. Goodness. Here. 2. Yeah, this right here. I think this is good. This stuff. You see this? I think we could reuse this stuff. Shit. Instead of those weird ass looking lines. Those things here. Maybe this. Let's move this away. Then you just have some wooden slots. And we would need to have 4 of those slots. That would be on the veins. And maybe just space them by 1 each. What do you guys think? Like this? And then maybe make this a little bit darker. Shit. You don't like it, collector of stuff? Why? Or you guys like this more? Do you guys like these more? Which one do you like more, guys? Both are kind of trash, sorry. No, they're not. You're wrong. You're actually wrong. I don't know what you're talking about. You're totally wrong. Let's turn this into brown. I like this. Maybe invert in the top and bottom gray colors. You mean make this bright and the other thing dark? Doesn't really work. It's supposed to be lit. Just for the disabled ones? So you mean... like this? I don't think that works. It's break and immersion. No. The ones placed below are way better? Okay, well then we use those. Okay, fine. This is how much? Still 7 by 7. The issue with this is it's 7 by 7, so I need to turn this into 8 by 8, which I guess is fine. We have this. Inukai retracted another message on YouTube, so he is actually toxic again, guys. No, you're wrong, Inukai. And stop being toxic. He was 100% toxic right now, I'm pretty sure. %. I don't appreciate that at all. I do not appreciate that, sir. Where do we put this? Here? There you go. Okay, fine. I think I will actually make the menu a little bit thicker, but I will first try to put it to the left here. But I feel like I need to make it just the tiny bit thicker. Which, you know, guys, that is a big problem. Actually, let's put this from here to sprites. A lot of my comments are blocked on YouTube and I don't get why. The ones above are way better. You're just saying that to... You are just saying that right now to... mich zu verunsichern in English. You don't actually mean that. I know you. I know what he's trying to do, guys. And it won't work. It will not work. You're not going to verunsichern mich. Okay, how many pixels do you say? To the right? 8 pixels? 1, 2, 3, 4 pixels. Should we try 4 pixels now? First. Cool thing is we can fix all of this stuff here. It will not look bad. Very nice. Take a look at this. Cool. We just made it bigger, but by how much? By 4 pixels. Excuse me. Skill tree background roots. Upgrades background roots. It had a size of 82. So now it's 86. Can you still resize if you allow the roots to overlap? It is really difficult to resize this actually, because it is composed of multiple elements. Now you see how this thing is bigger. I need to go ahead and make the window 4 pixels bigger. This upgrades menu size here. Needs to be 92 pixels. Now that fits here. Essentially, it's just the window that I need to make bigger. So I need to change this. The sprite here. And the sprite here. So it's not really that difficult to do. We just managed to do it. And now you can see that there's a little bit of space here to the right. We can shift everything to the right now. A little bit. And where do we begin with this? Windows center. How does it look here? I think it looks still fine. I didn't see roots on the purple background. Damn, those weapons are beautiful. Lordy X, welcome back, my brother. How is it going, man? For those of you who don't know, Lordy X is actually the one person that played my demo, my original demo of my game, the longest. He played the demo for like 50 hours or something. 40, 50 hours. Yep. It was crazy. He's the one that made the YouTube video of that gameplay? No, he wasn't. He wasn't. No, but it would be funny. Do choice. Yeah. Contents. Menu animation time 1. Draw roots. Contents position. Hero name. And all of that works still. Draw abilities. There you go. Okay, how do we do this? Text. What the fuck? He just left it open and forgot about it. Are you planning on having another demo before launch? Yes, I will have another demo before launch. My condolences, ILODX. We all make mistakes. Just don't repeat the same mistake twice and just learn from this nightmare. He was actually having fun in the game, okay, bro? My game can be very grind-inducing, okay? Picture. This is the sprite, and I think 28 is actually wrong. What the fuck? This is a bit better, but even then. Yeah, we're going to extend the menu by a couple of pixels down, making it so that weapons can fit into this here. Yeah. The largest weapons will be able to fit into this, and sometimes it will just bleed over the UI. It's fine. Are you sure he didn't fall asleep? No, he did not, because I have a good game, bro. I don't know what you're trying to insinuate here, but I don't appreciate that a lot. Okay? I don't appreciate it at all. Actually. Bitch. You know, so how about you? Shut the fuck up, okay? Okay? I'm thinking about putting the level in here too, guys. We have the hero name. We don't have the level of the hero in here. You know? So I forgot about that. If I put the level in here, then these roots they don't really make much sense the way they are. Alright, so first and foremost, this will need to move down now. I'm gonna extend this by a couple of pixels and we'll start to cut it off here. We need to extend this down. We're going to fix the menu right now, guys. It's fine. We did make some gameplay improvements today. We're fixing the level right now. I'm just gonna extend it like this. It will definitely look weird. I know, but it's fine. Ramis can be angry all he wants. I really want to fix this now. There you go. Now we have space for the level. Maybe we want to make it a bit bigger, but this is nice. And now we also want to improve or increase Actually, let's take this part here. And just shift this up a tiny bit. It will make sense in a second, guys, okay? Let's get rid of this nipple as well. There you go. Then move this again. This is still too much here. And then some of these too. If only this was written in Perl, why would that be any different? There you go. So I kind of feel like we should move this stuff from here. Like that. I think this fits very nicely. Doesn't have to be perfect again, but just a tiny bit here, like this. There we go. Now this is odd looking for sure. Definitely odd. Let's just take this part here. Maybe rotate that a little bit. There you go. And create a nice little arc, maybe. Some stuff like this here. There you go. You know, I really enjoy pixel art. It's kind of relaxing and soothing. There you go. It's not perfect yet, but we can keep it like this for now. Das hier so ein bisschen flicken. Here you go. Nice. Nipple. Now, what we still need to do is extend this part here in the middle. Because this is where the weapons are. Needs to be a bit larger than the rest. And it would be cool if I'm able to put all of the weapons into this slot. There you go. Okay, so for now let's keep it and let's take an eye on how big it has actually gotten. I feel like it has now gotten too big. Or maybe it is 30 pixels. Where can I see that? 3088 is this. Actually 88. 88 still works. I feel like it's kind of off center now. Could be wrong though. And then the entire size is 192. Okay. So 88 now and 192. There you go. Export. Do you have the weapons on the sheet for size reference? I do. I do. Okay, so now this entire thing obviously doesn't fit anymore. We have to make the menu bigger to accommodate this. which is right here. So that is at least 192 plus some, like let's try 194, and then this is 94 pixels as well. Yeah, it actually is even more than this. At least this now fits vertically in here. $194 doesn't fit. It's actually 2 pixels on both, so 198. If anything, should apologize. You should apologize to him. Oh, you enjoyed my game. Too bad. No more update. Guess what? I will rework it from the ground up. Sucks to you. Sucks to be you. Very toxic, Inukai. I don't know where this comes from. Yeah, very sad to see. Okay, good. Now, let's mark this as a display skill tree, and then underscore alpha dot. There you go. Hero level. Mark this as B. Yoink. Go back to A. Heading name. Heading. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. Hero name. Pick. Hero level. We take the contents position. Hell yeah. Do we have the hero prefab? Okay, where's the hero coming from? Display hero. Okay, hero. Do we get the prefab? We never get the prefab here? That's fine. Then we get that here. Let's get prefab. Hero, hero, type ID. There you go. And then we have the prefab. And we can give it the level. And then after that... Huh? What does it say? Oh, I see. It's a pointer. And then we do contents position dot y plus equals... how much would that be? Let's try 10 or 12. There you go. Now we have the hero level in there. Okay, wow. Okay, huh? Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, well, then that's 22 pixels. Maybe even more, 24. Uh-oh. Oh man, this is tightly packed, actually. Yeah, it's badge music. It's really good music. Let's try 28. And then for some reason... Windows Center.x and contents position. There you go. Okay. I think it was minus 10. And 28 was a little bit too much. Maybe 26 or 27. Nice. And then over here, instead of plus 12, we do plus 6. I'm learning multiprocess right now, and my program is using 90% CPU. I'm so proud of myself. There you go, guys. Now, what we can do with the rest... Contents position. I feel like this padding should be 12 now. Yeah. Actually, let me think. I have an idea. We almost have it, okay? I need to stay in flow state for this, but we almost have it, ladies and gentlemen. We almost have. Oh yes, we almost have it, guys. Hero name, by the way, I think the hero prefab has a name, right? It doesn't have a name? Oh, we actually have the hero name here. Lol. Is that a string ID? Oh yeah, it is. Lol. We already have the hero name in there. We have it, guys. Yes, 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 yes. Just wait. Abilities. String abilities. Draw heading. Draw unlocks. So that would be a for loop. Actually, the one that we already had for the ones below here. The equipment. Where's that? Slots. We almost have it. Draw unlocks. There we go. Okay, so if abilities, this is for abilities, right? Yes, for abilities. Then we need to do a upgrade, wait, ability. Choose position at Y. Yeah. And then we do slots position or unlocks position. Let's call this unlocks position. Unlocks position. And we do dot Y plus equals. It is 8, so then, yeah, 8. And we draw a UI. Not unlocked. Draw a UI sprite, which would be a sprite that we don't have yet. Let's see, UI, skill tree, abilities, enemies, heroes, swords, items, maces, items, UI. We add a new sprite UI. Item, no, slot, unlocked and locked. How long is the collector? It's called locked. Yeah, and then UI green hand. Put this here. Whoops. Guys, I have to... Shit. Yeah. And then these are 8 by 8. Wait a minute, guys. I think I need to leave for a second. Baby's crying. Where the fuck are these now? Come on. Where did I put them? Where was that? Ah, where did I put the sprites? Where did I put the sprites? Am I blind? Oh, I thought I could program this really quickly. Where's the sprite? Ah, there we go. Okay. Let's see. 832. 832 and 1112. Then 838. 1112. Unlocked. Not unlocked. This would be locked. Material, no color. This is just locked and unlocked. And then this would be not unlocked. Wait. This is confusing. Green. Unlocked. There you go. Okay. Do I have red stuff here? Okay. And then obviously we also have to export the texture atlas. And it doesn't show up here. Hey. Oh wait, it is... These draw unlocks has to be here. So what do you guys think? These are the unlocks now. Why are they here? Huh? What the fuck? Also this is 840. Oh yeah, plus 8 is 840. Holden my groin, please. Nice name, brother. Why is it to the right? Draw unlocks. I think it's because it's this position here. Let's put this into the ability choices position of X. There you go. Okay. Now it's on the left. I guess minus some, I don't know what that is. 5 or 6 pixels. I don't know why I have to do this, but that's odd. And then maybe we do minus 8. Also, why is it plus... Oh, it should be plus 7. Here. Right? What do you guys think? And now, obviously, to do the choices here. We do ability. Choice position at X plus equals 6. 8. I don't know about this, guys. What do you think about this type of UI? I like that it is brown because it looks like shit. It doesn't really fit. It doesn't really fit, guys. It doesn't really fit. What are those? You don't even know what this is, right? I don't think this fits at all. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I need to think about how I want to do this. Not happy with this right now. Actually not happy. I don't know about the UI, guys. Yep. Ask Gathano, best web dev on the planet. No, like, I'll have to think about this off stream. I don't know about this yet. I have to, like, come back to the problem with, like, a fresh mind. Ouch. Also, I don't like the top here, but yeah. For weapons, you just need 16 to 24 more size. Yeah, we'll have to see. I think this looks bad here. It might be too big. But if you displayed a different panel while holding Alt, that would only show bought equipment. It shows on the character already. It shows the equipment on the character here. So why would I display that on UI again? To me, this doesn't make sense. See what I mean? It doesn't make any logical sense for me to do that. Do you also display unit stats? I don't think I want to display the unit stats, no. I don't see a reason. What are the checkboxes for? Basically showing that you can unlock stuff. So for example, if we do round 1. I get an ability, I train the ability, and then I unlock the ability and it gives me this right here. Or the other way around, goes from down up, from up down. Essentially it shows that I have already invested 1 point into abilities. Showing the same thing in several places is good practice. I don't know, man. I'm not sold. You need to count on the fact that the user is blind. Yeah, true, but yeah, I don't know. You see this? That's the idea, but maybe I need to display this differently. Can you click on it to see what you added? No, you can't click on this right now. I just don't think this fits. I don't think this fits vertically in here. I just don't think so. Maybe it fits here in tinier, but it doesn't fit here. It's too big. How long will it take to complete your entire game project? I don't know, 1 to 2 years. I don't know, my brothers. I don't know. I feel like we need to sleep on this. I need to sleep on this and think about this in a different way. Okay? Add simple abilities. 0 out of 4 would work just fine. Oh, you mean like 1 out of 4, 2 out of 4. True. I think you're right. Yeah, good idea. Very nice idea. And it's easier to understand. I think we don't do this. I think what we do is 1 out of 4, 2 out of 4. That's smart. Underneath might look good. Underneath maybe, but you see how equipment is perfectly aligned with the roots here. I want weapons to align with the roots here. And so what I want to do is have weapons here, and then say 1 out of 4 or something, and then the cost of the weapons will be here too. So essentially I want the font to be on top of the roots. And then the empty space in here, I want that to be filled in with the actual items and stuff. And so this just does not fit into it. It doesn't fit. Anyways, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. I don't know yet. I'll send you over to Jackie Codes. Have a good day, guys. And thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Bye. Did it work? Did I send you over? Or was I too slow?
Yo.
It did work. Okay, it worked.
How's it going?
See you tomorrow, guys.
Thank you
on
so
YouTube
much for
as
the
well.
raid.
Peace.